Hello again, Struck. Welcome back to another evening of streaming. Um, yeah, I've just finished watching the official Torchlight 3, the twitch.tv/play Torchlight stream. And I've got some info that I might share with those of you who have not watched this yet. If you have watched it, then we can just discuss the stuff that has been mentioned. I would be happy to have a discussion regarding the things. To those of you who do not know about it, there is an upcoming patch on Tuesday. So here is the link with some of the things that are coming with this patch on Tuesday. So yeah, definitely something worth sharing with you. And there is the announcement about the patch. So two links I wanted to share with you at the start of the stream. Feel free to read. We can have a discussion about what was announced, about the changes. I would be happy to do so. Now let's walk into the game, load up a character and all of that. But basically, what was announced is Act 3 and the contracts coming next Tuesday, June the 30th. Pretty good, pretty fun knowing that there's just a few days left, just 4 days left until then. What should I start with today? Let's start with my Lightstruck mage. Let's do that one. I'm gonna probably start trying to save some bucks for gambling. For gambling for cannons. Cannons would be returning to the gambling shops, so that would allow me to maybe try and get that Mega Buster cannon finally. But today I will still try to farm a little bit for that. But most of the things I'm gonna be doing today would be, I guess, phase beasts. I don't feel like leveling a new hero yet. After leveling 6 of them, I wanna just take a little break from leveling and doing the story and the quests. But still, we can do some of the things I was doing yesterday, but I'm not gonna focus that much on my forged. I'm gonna be playing more of the other heroes today, because yeah, eventually, even if I don't get that cannon on the forged, I will try and gamble for it once I can, when they patch on Tuesday. So let me just check something quickly. Okay, I think I'm ready. I was just checking a message I didn't notice until I checked my Facebook. So just a moment. I'm just closing this. But yeah, feel free to share your opinions regarding the system and the change, the reworked wife-bound system, where we won't be able to get wife-bound items and make them non-wife bound, but it's gonna be the other way around, where we would be getting non-wife bound items and we will be making those wife bound if we want to, but with the chance of losing them, with the chance of getting that extra 20% powerful item getting broken. So there's no longer gonna be 20% stronger items that you cannot lose. So I guess eventually it would be just for the brave people, for people who have a lot of spare items they don't need and feel like that 20% extra damage would be worth it, even if it means risking losing the item. We're gonna be probably seeing people from the hardcore part of the community, people who are playing hardcore only. Wow, why can't I move? Oh, I'm underground? Wow, I'm underground. I was teleported under the ground and couldn't move. That's the second time I'm seeing this bug. Well, I mean, very very fun start of the game. Very first start of the stream. Okay, so that just happened. This bug. All right, let me quickly rewalk then and try again. I'm wondering if this bug is getting a fix with the patch. I didn't see any mentions of this getting a fix. But as I was about to say, we're gonna be seeing people using less wife-bound and strong items in their builds, unless they're from the hardcore players, where dying kind of ends your hero. So wife-bound would still be something that every hardcore player would be making on every item when they can. So very good news for the hardcore players, very good news for them with that system, I guess. It's not gonna affect them that much. Okay, let's try and find another beast and hopefully don't get teleported under the ground without being able to dodge attacks or anything. Come on. Should I call it with here kitty 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 like yesterday? It worked like a charm yesterday. As soon as I did it like here kitty 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 kitty, and 4 times in a row I would get the face beast spawning within a few seconds after me saying it. Is that the magic word? To spawn face beasts. But yeah, if you haven't watched the official stream from today, feel free to check it out when you have some spare time. It's definitely worth it. On twitch.tv/play Torchlight. You would wanna hear the information, hear the things that Bean and Tywer shared with us. And Tywer is the project lead. Bean, I think her name is Jill, is the community manager. Alright, round 2, please don't teleport inside of the enemy this time. Not the enemy, but the ground. They're reworking some of the relics. Bane is getting a rework. Oh fuck, I teleported underground again. Can I get out of it before... No, I can't teleport out of it. And I'm probably gonna die now. Oh, I unteleported out of it. Man, me being a bug magnet is kind of still a thing. I guess I'm never gonna stop being a bug magnet. But 2 times in a row being able to replicate this, pretty interesting, pretty interesting. How did it happen? Let's try and... I think it only happens when he's swinging his shot. So when he's swinging, he's probably doing something to the ground to make it so that I can teleport underground or something. I'm not sure what is causing it, but that's what seems to be happening. I actually wanted to get this, the Ancient One's token. I'm gonna quickly go to my fort to put it back there so I don't lose it from dying. Or even better, I'm gonna unbind it. I just got a scroll. Seems like the better choice here. Right, let's do a couple more runs on this quest and then I'm gonna change, unless people want to see more of this quest being played. And on Mixer I'm getting an auto host again from Messiah. Thank you again if you end up watching. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. What's happening with the ice relic is now when you activate it, there's 3 woes in a Y shape. Should I call it Y shape? I guess Y shape. 3 woes, ice woes, like the relic active skill, but on activation showing up and pushing enemies away from you. And that would be pretty nice for ranged builds where you don't want the enemies coming closer. Regardless whether it's a forged barrage centric build with swag shot or rapid fire, or whether it's some sort of a sharpshooter build where you want the enemies away from you. It works kind of nicely. Okay, let's do a couple more beasts. Come on, beastie boy, show yourself. Don't be shy. So that's the ice wall I was talking about, but you're gonna be seeing those when you activate the ice relic, and you're gonna be seeing 3 of those. in like one this way, one this way, and one this way, like Y shape, if that's the right word. And Bane, when you activate Bane, then there's shitloads of spiders going in every direction, poisoning enemies in every direction, and it's a pretty long range. I'm still to see how the relic active skill really would work. I wanna play with it, see how it feels in my hands before saying so. But yeah, we'll see. There's definitely a lot of good stuff to be looking forward to in this patch, but the major things that people would be looking forward to would be Act 3 and the contract system, which now is getting a slight change. Instead of getting 30 base contract levels and then 10 repeatable, we would be getting 40 base contract levels and 10 repeatable ones. Pretty decent change, honestly. Having more non-repeatable levels means more exclusive rewards that are not in the repeatable part of things. Okay. But for me, the biggest thing forge-wise would be cannons in the gambling NPCs. That's something I was so excited about, to see that they're finally adding them back. Because I really want that cannon, you know me. Yesterday I spent so much time trying to get that cannon and it just couldn't drop the Mega Blaster. Wow! Would you look at that? I think that's gonna be very strong. Let me quickly go to my base, to my fort. I wanna see the damage on this Digitus. It might actually be very nice at its maximum power. Come on, Quive, blink again. Blink? No, he blinked. So, yeah, as I suspected, it's stronger than my current one. Yeah, I'm gonna wear this. My DPS would become much better. Or should I have worn this? Actually, this one's better because of the crit damage. So let's put this here. Oh, and I might as well do this. Put that pet token over here. Let's do this again. One more boss hunt on this hero, and then I'm changing. You know me, I can't play the same hero non-stop. I need some variety, changing things up. Next off would be the Realm Master, then the Forge, then maybe the Sharpshooter. And eventually I could probably go to the other builds on the Mage and Forged. So yeah, one more Beastie Boy. I'm not even gonna go for Frag Master, just straight to the Beast. Alright, load it up. Movement speed shrine, lovely. Should I just say speed shrine, because it also gives us attack speed. Here, kitty. Come on, Beastie Boy. It's not showing up, is it? Ah! Too many. Well, it's not here. Could that be a map without a beast spawn? I mean, they do happen every now and then. Oh, I can't wait to see how far we can take our levels in the Econoc Frontier without phase beasts. To see if they've reworked it so that the maximum enemy level is a little bit higher than it used to be before. Before, I think there were like level 44-5 enemies, which means like level 50 character level without beasts. Maybe now we can get 51, 52, we'll see. It all is dependent on... Fuck! I was clicking on the portal, it didn't let me go inside. And still not letting me go inside that portal. Finally. Normally on those portals I end up entering without wanting to enter them, but now when I wanted to enter it I couldn't, which was weird. Normally like even clicking slightly next to the portal I end up getting inside them, but this time I guess there was too many monsters and they were blocking my click. Okay. My pet actually did the summon this time with this item. This is pretty nice, by the way, the Dryad Snake Band. Now we just need to stack up pet attack speed, and they're actually changing the pet aggro range. So pets would aggro from afar. Even when you're kiting around a boss, the pet won't be just constantly following you instead of attacking the boss. The pet would be doing damage because the aggro range has been increased. So even if you're far away from it, I guess we'll see how it works, but that's how I think it will be. Let's play a little bit on the Puffing Billy, which by the way is the name of a train. When Realm Master got announced back in the day, I was like, alright, let me look up some fun train names. And Puffing Billy just sounded like the name I wanna be using. Wait, was that? Never mind. Oh, buyback is coming. Buyback is coming with the next patch. Something many of you would be excited about. I know I am. Because right now I was just gonna check if this item I just sold was a one-handed or a two-handed with 700 damage. But if they're releasing this patch this soon, maybe that means that the endgame mode is closer than we expected. Because I expected the endgame to come like a month and a half after Act 2. But I expected not Act 2, Act 3. And I expected Act 3 to come maybe like a month after early access, maybe month and a half. But you see it's coming like 3 weeks after early access. Pretty decent. Less than a month even. Oh wait, why am I fighting here? My bad. I should be looking for the beast. I'm just not used to farming beasts. Definitely when I load into a map, my muscle memory tells me start killing shit instead of start looking for a beast. My muscle memory is just used to killing stuff and looting stuff rather than running around looking for some portals. For some beasts to get portals to spawn. Okay. That worked well. Not as well as I could have played it, but you know me, I'm not meta player. Even if you give me the best build ever, I'm not gonna be the best at using it. So let's do another couple of those. Just quick check. But yeah, level 60 gear. It's gonna be getting much closer to achieving that level 60 gear when they patch next week. We're still gonna have to do some phase beasts, and it's still gonna be boring for like 10 levels or 8 levels or whatever levels we need to grind on beasts. But it's gonna be better than grinding 25 levels on the beasts versus 8. It's definitely gonna be a little bit easier to see those builds getting close to a level 60. We didn't hear anything about Realm Master Train skill reworks. We know that it's coming and it's gonna be on a skill by skill basis, but I didn't hear anything about the next week patch having anything of that. But Max Schaefer said in an interview with IGN that was it there where he said it, or was it in a post? I can't remember where I got that info, but it was 18 pages patch. I think it was on Steam where they wrote it. I watched the interview today as well, so I'm kind of getting my information mixed up. What I heard on the interview and what I read on Steam, but I think it was on Steam where I read that that the patch notes will be big, 18 pages of patch notes. That's a lot of pages, believe me. Even for Torchlight, that has always been giving us big patch notes for the major updates. Even for their standards, that's a lot. It kind of reminds me of the recent big update in Last Epoch, where it needed a lot of pages to convey all the things that changed. Where a single Steam post wasn't enough, so they had to give links and shortcuts to their forums so that people could read the full patch notes. Oh, what's this? One-handed hammer. Oh, tenderizer. Wait, did I have the tenderizer? I think I did. Let's check. Tenderizer. Yeah, I had it. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad. I'm probably gonna put it in my storage for another Realm Master when I'm leveling it. So let me quickly go to my fort before moving on to the next boss kill. Because eventually I'm gonna be leveling up a train build, and that might be a weapon I'm gonna be using for a while. Although it's one-handed, but that 20 block chance is very tempting, because I can use an endurance regeneration focus rather than a shield on it. But I do have a shield saved up as well. I would have preferred more damage rather than block chance, honestly, on a weapon, because we can get block chance from armors pretty much easily. I mean, on my forged I have right now 38% block chance without a shield, just from armors, which is amazing. Okay, I'm gonna do something. I'm not gonna waste the scroll of unbinding yet. Or maybe I should. Maybe I should waste it. Cause who knows? I might forget about this item and have it be wife bound and not be able to remove that. So quickly checking what I've got here. The phantom buffer. Well, we got a tenderizer as well. See, this shield would go very well with that other item, because this is only 19% chance to block, and that other item is kind of close to 20. Oh, and that's another thing I wanna put into the storage. We don't wanna lose this item. That's a very strong ice damage item. I mean, if I get a good double enchanted blue ice damage weapon like this one and get ice damage inside it and use that other item, it's gonna be very, very strong. But yeah, this phase beast grind is painful. So maybe they realize that we are getting bored very quickly with the phase beast grind and we need Act 3. And it was probably ready earlier than they expected and then they estimated themselves. But that's the rule. If you're a developer, it's always better to give an estimation bigger than the one you expect and surprise your player base rather than give them a shorter one and then having to postpone it and delay it. So much obliged that we'll be playing this next Tuesday, Act 3 again. And I can't wait to see Act 3's boss. In the beta and the end of Alpha, when we could do Act 3, I remembered Act 3 boss being a big robotic beast before they even added the sisters as bosses. And since then I intentionally only use the cheat NPCs to avoid spoiling my boss fights, so I've not seen the third sister in a fight yet. Although she probably was there for the beta. If she wasn't, well, I don't know. I intentionally used the cheat NPCs to level up to 43 without completing the story. And to test the level 43 plus stuff. Oh, I forgot to activate my relic earlier. I wish that after the game launches there would be some sort of a system for endgame only heroes. Heroes that you don't want to be doing the story on because they're your maybe 7th or 8th or 10th hero you're making and you're just bored of doing the story. If they make some sort of option to skip the story and start from like level 46 or so, like the cheat NPCs in the alpha and beta, that's gonna be amazing. And that should be only for non-hardcore heroes, I guess. Wait. Never mind. Okay. This one is very tempting, even without enchantments. Alright, let's do a few more kills. Let's say 2 more kills. 2 more kills on this guy and then we're switching to maybe to Forged. Come on. Skitter, skitter, skitter. I'm having this little animation, little movement here of this part of their faces. Not sure what you call it. It looks like a tusk, but it's not a tusk, because it's not a boar. Come on, beastie boy. Show yourself, don't be afraid. There we go, it's here. Beastie boy. I think, by the way, with this hero, did I need respectacles? I'm kind of forgetting whether I needed to respec anymore on this build. As far as I remember, I respect everything, but maybe I forgot something. Yeah, I respect everything, so everything's good here. I don't need respectacles on that one. Let's see how many legendaries we can find today. Oh, now this is a sexy weapon. Still not as good as the one I've got, even if I add 2 times physical damage to it, and even if I have percent physical damage, it's still not gonna be good enough. Because this is 722, the other one is 791. Yeah, the other one is 137, this one 145, but still, I don't think it's gonna be good enough. But I'm gonna keep it if I don't end up dying by making a mistake, and maybe give it to another character to play with that. Alright, one more kill, and then maybe switch to the Forged for a little bit of shooty shoot with the shotgun blast. The build I uploaded today is the one I'm gonna be playing on the Forged. The build I really want that unique item for. And if anyone wants to be doing those bosses, those monster kills with me, feel free to tell me. We can add each other on Steam and we can just do some phase beast hunting today together. Normally my stream runs until 30 minutes past midnight, but the people that live in the same apartment as me are on a holiday at the seaside, and it's a Friday night, so I might end up standing a little bit longer tonight. We'll see. We'll see. I did make sure to eat before streaming, so I'm not gonna get hungry anytime soon. Because it's 10:43 p.m. and I made 2 videos for YouTube today. I woke up like around afternoon, 3 in the afternoon, so I didn't have much time to stream before the official Torchlight stream, and I wanted to watch the official Torchlight stream, which was like 2 hours ago roughly. Sup, I do damage. And the phase beast grind is painful, and nice to see you. It's I think the first time I'm seeing I do damage, and sup to Prezes XD. The phase beast grind is kind of boring, painful, and it's not something I enjoy doing, but I've already leveled up 6 heroes to like 35, and I just wanna stop doing quests and I wanna do some phase beast grinding for a little bit. If anyone wants to join us and play together, feel free to. I'm gonna go on the Forged. As you can see, I've got a bunch of heroes to 35, 134, 133, different builds and stuff. So, so yeah, it's kind of boring. It is kind of boring with the phase beasts. And right now I just don't feel like leveling up a new hero. I want to do something that's not leveling a new hero. How much playtime I'm at in the early access? Not much, because I have to. You know how it is. You're a content creator, so you know how it is with that. Let me check my library. In the alpha, just before the game changed the name to Torchlight 3, I have more than 1,000 hours in the alpha in Torchlight Frontiers. On this one, I only have 110 hours. Since the early access, and in the beta I only have 40 something hours, 50 hours roughly. That tells you why I haven't been playing much Torchlight 3 beta after the name change. Well, you know how it is as a streamer when there's NDA. You gotta be streaming. You can't play games that you can stream a lot. I mean, I still was playing, but I was playing off stream time, and you know how it is. There's time for content creation, then there's times for streaming, which again maybe is a content creation. So it can tell you, I mean, just from streams without including recording for videos and stuff. In the alpha I accumulated more than 1,000 hours in the alpha, in the Torchlight Frontiers title. That's just from streams, but you know how much time we spent recording footage when making content, and then that just doesn't that didn't go in my what's it called, my playlist, my stream playlist, which are now private, I guess. I removed all the Torchlight Frontiers playlists. The videos are still public, but the playlists are private, because I had a playlist where almost every single Torchlight Frontier stream I made was inside that playlist, just so I can count the hours and then turn it into a number. But as a fellow streamer, content creator, you know, we don't play as much as people who only play, because making content, there's a lot of work that goes into editing, and even if you're not editing a video, you might be creating some titles or other stuff on After Effects or Photoshop or whatever. It's nice to talk with fellow content creators that understand how much work goes behind the scenes, apart from just streaming. For example, for Warhammer Chaosbane, just to give you an example, when Warhammer Chaosbane launched, man, this game was so bad, it was painful. People were complaining about red items in Warhammer Chaosbane being super easy to get. Then Chaosbane adds green items, but the green items, the first time they added them in Chaosbane, were so hard to get. People ended up quitting within 2-3 weeks of them adding green items. And there was like 2 weeks period where I only slept 4 hours a day just so I can keep streaming, and then after streaming I kept playing for a few more hours, trying to farm green items just so I can complete my sets, just so I can upload my build videos. Thankfully, since then I never needed to do something like that, where I would only sleep for like 2 weeks, only 4 hours a day, just so I can upload my videos. It is crazy, it is crazy, but I really felt motivated to get that gear. So you can imagine how much time was needed there. But it definitely takes some time to make certain things. Thankfully in Torchlight 3 they've nailed it with the drop rates finally. There was a time where I would spend 20 maps without... Oh, that was so close. I got greedy for killing him instead of dodging. Yeah, this is where I would say this. Well, shit happens. I'm gonna try again. The new Endless Tower on Chaos Bane, I've played it, but the thing is it's underwhelming. In a way it's good because it gives you Morislap coins, and the Morislap coins in Chaos Bane are a new currency that you use to make a new endgame, which is the upgraded Relic Hunts, which is like the old Relic Hunts but upgraded to give you shitloads of wood quality. So you need to be doing the Tower of Chaos to get those coins. And the Tower of Chaos is good, but it's not as rewarding as one might expect it to be. So maybe with a future patch they would improve the wood quality you get in the Tower of Chaos. Because right now in the Tower of Chaos I do 1 or 2 runs, like one or two levels, and then I collect. If you're doing Chaos 8, Chaos 9 or Chaos 10, just doing a single 4 is more than enough to give you 1 or 2 coins. And with 1 or 2 coins you can do 1 or 2 runs of upgraded Relic Hunts, which is where the wood is. The wood quality can go up to over 11,000 in upgraded Relic Hunt Chaos 9 or Chaos 10. The Chaos 10 base, for example, if you have 0 wood quality in your items and your passives, and if you max out the wood quality on Chaos 9 upgraded Relic Hunt, that's 10,500 wood quality as a base, which is a what? You don't need more than 7,000. Anything above 7,000 is a lot of overkill, but that's good, that's pretty good. So Chaos Bane right now could be very rewarding. But the Tower of Chaos patch was important for another reason, and that's the rebalancing of the God skill trees and the rework of the God skill trees. That was probably the main thing that opened up a little bit more build variety for Chaos Bane. Even the Whirlwind build is not that bad now. It's still not as good as a jumpy jump build on the Dwarf, on the Slayer. So yeah, if you have Chaos Bane and haven't played it in a while, you're probably gonna enjoy the upgraded Relic Hunts that came with the Tower of Chaos update. And there will be later this year, they've promised a surprise for us. Not sure what that would be, a new class, new items, new sets. Anything of that would be good for me. I really would like to see a new class in Chaos Bane, because it's been more than a year already since the game released. This month was the anniversary of Chaos Bane launching, June, so yeah, it's probably time for them to either release more gear variety or a new class. Although they've already released one new class, so maybe more gear variety is what they have in mind. They also need to rework the invasion mode in Chaos Bane, because the invasion mode right now is super outdated. It only includes Act 1, 2, 3 and 4 enemies. You have 2 more acts that are just missing from the invasion. And it only goes to Chaos 6 when you already have up to Chaos 10. Alright, let's do another Phase B stuff. And are you excited about the changes to wife-bound items? What do you think? Do you prefer the new system or the old system more with wife-bound items? I personally honestly prefer the old system. I prefer being able to have a 20% stronger item without being able to break it. Yeah, I always thought that they drop too much. They didn't used to drop that much. Wife-bound items was something that I would barely get. It was so difficult at one point of the game. It was so difficult to get a wife-bound item. We didn't have the scrolls of unbinding then, but I really loved when they made that scroll of unbinding system. I just think they shouldn't drop as much, but well, you never know, they might end up reverting the changes and just reducing the drop rates if people give them a lot of negative feedback for that new change. Early access drop rates are unbelievably high. I mean, for a new player, for a WoW character, you constantly get so many wife bound that if you're a new player, first playthrough, never played the game before, you're obviously gonna be dying unless you're some sort of a god of ARPGs and have a lot of experience from other ARPGs. But if you're a new player and you jump right into ridiculous, you're gonna have a time where you're gonna be dying a lot, and losing half of your items doesn't feel really good. So I guess the way they see Wifebound is something to be just for the brave, just for people who want to risk it, who want to maybe risk their spare items and maybe have a chance of losing them. Probably that's what they envision for it right now. But I really like the current system. I really didn't think we needed that change, but you know, as long as we give them feedback and people say, hey, I liked it before, but it dropped a lot of Wifebound, could we just have the old system back, but with less drop chance for Wifebound, maybe they might consider changing it back. Who knows? I mean, so far they've listened to the community so much. The only other developers I've seen listening to their community as much are the Last Epoch devs and Grim Downs devs. Apart from Extra, Crate Entertainment and 11th Hour Games, I haven't seen other companies listening to their community as much when it comes to balancing, reworking things, changing things up, even the quality of life changes. I was kind of disappointed of Minecraft Dungeons. Maybe I expected a little bit too much from it. It's still a good game. It's still decent. And you can still have builds, but in Minecraft Dungeons you really don't need builds at all. But yeah, I guess there was a little bit too little about Minecraft Dungeons, but that was the game I recently played, made some content for, so I'm probably gonna revisit it when they add the content in the patch. They wiped your character. They wiped your character at level 130. Wow, that must have been painful. How did that wipe even happen? I'm not a big fan of the system. They're not using Steam. They're using that Microsoft system, and it just doesn't feel right, forcing me to play it on that system. Even though they updated the... I'll also wait for the DLC. I'm not sure whether my character has been deleted or not. I haven't walked in like a couple of weeks, but it was good. I really loved it. I love the secret cow level. I love the itemization. I love that you don't need a build to complete the game. You just need the right items, and even if you're not completely synergizing your build. But it wasn't a game with a lot of depth, but maybe that was actually a good thing for it. It didn't need a lot of depth. Minecraft Dungeons definitely didn't feel like the game that is trying to be the next big thing. So in a way it was nice. It was definitely something I enjoyed playing. I just didn't feel like it needs me to make build videos for the game. For example, for this game there's a lot more you can kind of synergize to make a specific build, and people might want to see build videos, even though this game also does not require you to have a build, as long as you have the best items. Even with the shittiest possible unsynergized build you can still beat ridiculous bosses. Not as quick, but still be able to beat them. The Microsoft app, the Xbox Companion, which later got replaced to a new one, was super bad. The new one doesn't seem that bad, but still, taking the game away from the Steam player base must have hurt it. I think if this game launched on Steam simultaneously with Microsoft and maybe even fucking Epic Store, if it launched on multiple platforms on PC, instead of being greedy to get that percentage paid to Microsoft, maybe it would have had much more people buying it. I mean, not everyone would have liked it, but it's a very nice chill and kill time kind of a game where you really don't need to think too hard. It's something that kids would be playing, so it makes sense that it's not gonna be that difficult to get strong in the game and to beat it. Torchlight Frontiers, Torchlight 3 I mean, would also be something that not only adult players would play, but also some children, some kids would be playing this game. So So it doesn't need to be overly complicated, but right now Torchlight 3 is probably a little bit more complicated for kids, but that's good, that's not bad. I mean, make those kids think a little. Don't have your kids be lazy. Let them think a little when making a build. Let them put their brains to work. By the way, did you see how unlucky I am? 2 maps in a row without a single phase beast spawning. That's just plain wrong. 2 maps in a row without a single phase beast. Teach them the right way. I mean, we were playing Diablo 2 and Diablo 1 when we were kids. I'm born in 1989. And I remember my father being excited about a game called Diablo, which I had no idea what that's gonna be. He used to tell me, he used to show me games like Minesweeper and the Memory Block game and stuff like that on the PC. And I was mostly a console Sega gamer. When I was a kid, I was mostly playing on a Sega, and Nintendo and stuff like that. So it was. I still remember the time when my father was excited about Diablo 1 launching. Back in the day, and then later on I got older and actually started playing the game myself, and then eventually Diablo 2 launched, and I was kind of a teenager probably already by that time, and I was really into it back then. I wasn't all about builds, I was just playing it to enjoy it. You know, a little kid doesn't think that much about, well, do I really need that meta item? I didn't even know what meta was back then. But I was still enjoying the game so much. And then when World of Destruction came out, it was amazing. Me and my buddies. What we used to do is most of us didn't have PCs at home. So we used to go to internet cafes. And we used to have floppy disks that we save our characters on. So when you move from one internet cafe to another one, since there wasn't that much Battle.net going on, in our country, there were only private Battle.net servers. Some people played on official if they had money to afford it, yeah, most people were playing in net cafes, and yeah, they were exchanging or transferring their characters from one net cafe to another by carrying floppy disks, which was fucking funny. Every time you play, you have to save your character before your time runs out. Good memories, yeah. But we didn't have money to buy computers. I mean, I'm in a country where things like that a few years ago weren't available for everyone. So most of us as kids were playing in net cafes. But it was definitely good memories, saving those characters on floppy disks. I really loved games like Sacred 2. I don't know why, but as a kid I enjoyed playing Sacred 2 more than Diablo 2. People would probably call me blasphemous, but remember, that's from the eyes of a teenager, someone that's like 13, 14 years old or so, and I kind of enjoyed the war, dragons and elves and all of that, more than the war of Diablo back then. Not sure why, but there was something about Sacred 2 that really grabbed me. And I really love those elven blades, those blades that are like D-shaped, semi-crescent or something, whatever it's called. I really love those blades on the Sacred 2. As for selling characters, I'm not sure people even bought characters back then. I'm not sure people bought characters. I remember a lot of my, when I was in high school, a little bit older, like 15, 16, 17 years old, I remember there was a guy younger than me who was a World of Warcraft player, and he was actually an actual hacker who got interviewed there was a teenager show every week that they were showing different things, and they kind of blurred his face and changed his voice, but he was actually a hacker that was hacking different things and stuff back in the day. But he used to play World of Warcraft a lot, and I remember him telling me about selling accounts in World of Warcraft, legit accounts, not hacked accounts. But yeah, this guy, he was very good. He was like at 15 or so, he was already pretty good at hacking stuff. Not sure what happened with him. Last I remember, he went to study somewhere in the UK, and after that haven't heard from him. But the guy was pretty smart, and he was super strong in World of Warcraft. I never played it officially. I only played on private World of Warcraft servers because I couldn't afford it. I never got into it. I never liked it. I was more of a Lineage 2 kind of guy, a Guild Wars 1 kind of guy, an Ion kind of guy, rather than World of Warcraft. But I remember going to his home because he used to live in the next neighborhood next to mine, and I remember going a few times to his house, and wow, he was wrecking people in the arena and stuff like that. And I remember him selling his account for a lot of bucks, one of his accounts. I think he had 2 or 3 accounts. There was actually a funny thing, there was another guy from his class who was also playing, and I think this guy hacked the other guy's account and held it hostage for a few days because they kind of had a falling out. They were like best friends. And I told them to sort their shit, to not involve me. But they somehow ended up involving me into their shit, because I guess I was always that guy that people turn to mediate arguments. It was fucking fun times, but yeah, weird shit. Good old times, man, with those games. I still am bummed about Diablo 3 being what it is right now. I just can't get into Diablo 3. I would play it for 1 or 2 weeks and then I would get so bored so quickly of the endless paragons and endless greater rifts. Which brings me to, well, I don't think we should talk about that, but this brings me to the end game that's coming in Torchlight 3, which would have a limit. I guess we can say it's gonna have a limit, can we? I mean, you know what I'm talking about, so I'm not gonna say too much. But yeah, I'm pretty happy the way they've done it. It's not similar to Diablo 3 where it's endless and you have non-stop new levels and new levels and new levels and new levels, and it's just an endless grind. Where it's kind of a competition about who is the bigger no-lifer, who has more time to spend playing the game, rather than actual contest of skill and synergizing your builds. So I'm pretty happy that they're not going for the endless rifts, the endless paragon levels and all of that, the way Diablo 3 did. I know you're a Vast Epoch player, by the way. And what did Grimbottom say? Alrighty then, good work. Oh, Grimbottom, I didn't see your message. What's the best rotation of your Slammer build? Again, to get all the bonus damage, and how does the tier 2 bonus work on Lantern Flash? Well, Grimbottom, if you're still there, sorry for missing the message. My chat window is a little smaller than normal, so I only see the last 3-4 messages. It must have gotten buried, so sorry for that. But if you're still there, for my Slammer rotation, I'm gonna quickly show you the rotation. Slammer rotation. So basically, the best Slammer rotation would be to start with Spike Drive. Start with Spike Drive, then immediately use something that would use Endurance. The problem is the Spike Drive would use Endurance, and I'm not a big fan of that. But yeah, start with something that could give you some Endurance charge, like maybe Pound or maybe Lantern Flash. But what I like to do is I like to do Spike Drive, then immediately follow up with Blasting Charge, and then Lantern Flash, or Lantern Flash and then Blasting Charge. But those 3 skills would probably be the first 3 skills I use. And this one is also nice to keep returning Pound, so you can just do 2 quick pounds after that. So let's do 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. The next would be 4, 5, then 6 with this to get some charges. And then eventually when Spike Drive is ready, I would go and do it again. Sometimes though I would start with Lantern Flash and then do Spike Drive afterwards. But the problem with starting with Lantern Flash is you're using your Endurance charge. If you start with Blasting Charge and you have the Blast Breaker, it's not gonna use endurance, so that's also a good option, starting with busting charge and then doing spike drive to make spike drive do more damage. I mean, there's different ways to do it, but I still haven't found which works the best for me. Maybe starting with busting charge would be the smartest move when you know you have the blast breaker, because you know you're still gonna be able to do immediately a spike drive as long as you have endurance charge over there. But yeah, I mean, you gotta keep paying attention to the spike drive charges and to the hammer spin charges and to the pound charges. That's kind of a balancing act there. You have to keep paying attention what you're regenerating and when. But yeah, okay, let's do one boss with this. Now that we're at this hero, might as well do one boss at this one. And thank you, I do damage, for chatting. Have a fun day with your kids and with streaming later, I assume. And nice chatting with you. So yeah, for anyone else who was wondering about those rotations with this, let's do a boss fight and try to show you. And it's always nice to be using your relic active skill as you think fit. Sometimes I might actually lead in with a relic active skill. Especially if I've got a chance to swap weapon. I don't have a chance to swap weapon, but let's say I've got a chance to swap weapon. I might as well lead in with my relic active skill. Because then I might do the spike drive after swallowing with my relic active skill. Ideally, chance to swallow weapon would be the preferred choice. The problem is it's kind of not as easy for me to get it, I guess. Where did it go? Come on, beastie boy, here, kitty, 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 kitty. Show yourself. Is that gonna be another map without a phase beast? Something happened and it stopped dropping me phase beasts on the maps. It stopped spawning them. I'm getting super bad luck with those phase beasts, and that's why I can't wait for the end game to actually be playable, or for them to add some sort of level scaling of the monsters in maps. Because phase beast farming is the most boring and most painful thing in the game ever. I would have preferred if that actually didn't exist, so I won't feel bad when I stop leveling at 35. I would have preferred it if it actually launched without the phase beast, so we are stuck at 35 and don't feel bad about it. Because the phase beast grind is just so painful. And I know that I can get levels when doing the phase beast, and I can get items when doing the phase beast, but if they didn't exist, at least I wouldn't feel bad when not doing them. But yeah, if early access released or launched, well, I'm not sure what the better word is for early access, but let's say if early access started without those, I would have preferred it. I know many people wouldn't have, because they're all about probably the leveling, but I've never been all about the leveling up. I've been more about the items rather than the levels. That's why I don't like grinding for levels. I like grinding for wood. As I've said many times in the official Discord, even when Max Schaefer was talking with us, I've made sure to mention that grinding for levels is boring, whereas grinding for wood is fun. And wood is the driving force behind Wooter hack and slash games, not level ups. I mean, it's nice to get stronger, but when it takes too long to reach a certain threshold, a certain level, it just gets boring, and it's not the right way. And I know that when they add the end game, all of this would be just in the past. But it would have been much better if the maps scaled to our level after completing the story, so that we don't don't have to worry whether there's a phase beast in this map, and we don't have to spend half of our playing time in the loading character selection screen, because there's no way to reset the map other than waiting 5 minutes or relogging. And that means, if not half, at least 1/3 of the playing time right now to people who have reached level 35 is spent on those loading screens. So you can see right now I didn't even do a rotation, I was just mashing my buttons, just to show you that even that is something you can do. If you don't want to be doing the rotation, you can just mash your buttons, like now I'm pressing 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and right and left mouse, and and that's how I killed this boss. That's how I killed this boss, just mashing numbers without even trying to do a rotation. So this is also a viable way. Alright, enough of this, let's do a little bit of sharpshooter, because I haven't played it today. It just takes a while. But yeah, I've always loved games that scale the content up to you rather than scale you down to the content, the way it's done here. Just look at Borderlands, for example. Borderlands 3 allows a lobby player to be in the same zone as a high level player, and the lobby player is seeing low level enemies, but the high level player, the exact enemy that the lobby is fighting, for the high level player would be high level enemy. And it's in the same engine that this game is using, so it is doable. In Torchlight 3 it is doable because other people have done it in the same environment, in the same engine, so it's not something that's impossible in this game. To have a system where the content scales based on the player level, and every player is seeing a different monster level and taking different amount of damage from that same monster. Of course, it's probably gonna take a lot of development to make something like this, so I'm not expecting something like this. But just a simple system that after completing Act 3, which would probably be on launch of the game, the final act, until Act 4 gets added with maybe a DLC. Let's say you complete Act 3 and then you unlock something that lets every single enemy in all those story zones to scale to your current level. So you go into this zone, for example, instead of 24 it's gonna be 35, since I'm 35, after completing the third act. I don't see why this would be a bad thing to have in a game. It's only a bonus for any game to include something like that, the way, for example, Diablo has bounties and stuff scaling. But in Diablo 3 you have different torments, which are making the level and the difficulty and the XP scaling, rather than the monster levels. But I think the monster levels also scale. I haven't played it in more than probably a year, so I can't remember exactly how it was in Diablo 3. But I think first it's the monster scaling, and then it's the torment level getting up wild after the level scaling. By the way, you're seeing again how unlucky I am with those phase beasts. Yet another map without a beast spawning. And I'm starting to get so bored of doing the same zone. Oh man, it's painful.
Hiya! Looking for some gear? See you next time.
I've procured fresh stock.
But yeah, if I end up not responding on a message, apologies for that again. Like I missed Greenbottom's message until he wrote his second one. feel free to post it twice. I'm not gonna get pissed if someone posts the same message twice, the same question twice. Right now the chat is kind of quiet, which probably would mean I'm not gonna miss a message. But yeah, feel free to ask some questions again if anything's not clear. But yeah, just to show you what my window of seeing something is, this is what my window looks like. Let me show you. This is kind of my setup. So I'm monitoring my chats here. This is for Twitch and Mixer and YouTube. And here sometimes I just watch on this side for my Twitch chat, and this is my Mixer chat only. This is for all of them, so maybe my YouTube chat is mostly there. And you can see kind of it looks a little bit boring the way, but that's how it is. I only have a single monitor and my desk barely even fits my monitor, so not much room to work with. Let me quickly remove this. Oh, just a second. I accidentally switched off one of my overlays, so just a moment. Alright, there we go. Let's hope I find Face Beast, and yeah, there are certain things that are cooking, Face Beasts and all of that. Come on, Face Beast. Here, kiri, kiri, kiri. Should I say the magic word here, kiri, kiri, kiri? If that's another map without the Face Beast, I'm gonna do another map. I'm gonna stop playing in this zone, because it just doesn't like me. No, finally. Finally. Wasting Time is saying that he prefers, he thinks that Forge would be his preferred class on release. Well, that's pretty nice to hear, because Forged is one of the least played classes, but it has some amazing synergies. I can tell you Vortex Bomber build and a Mega Blaster build would be nice. Basically, there's two items for those builds, which I can't show you immediately. Forged. So one of the items you want as a synergy is the Mega Blaster, which is this thing for a shotgun blast build. But then the other thing you want is you would want Mountain King's Hatch with that one. Then another synergy is the Mountain King Tentacle together with the Unstable War Arm. That's another very good synergy. Unstable War Arm, if above 75 hit, triggers secondary heat wave dealing 100% weapon damage when using Vortex Bomb. And that means you're using 75 hit, and then you're getting 50 hit back with the Mountain King Tentacle and reset bonus. Then you would probably be using this other Mountain King piece. Where was it? There was another Mountain King piece here. I can't show you that. I need to go on the class itself. But there was one more Mountain King piece that was all about venting some good stuff. Maybe it's somewhere here and I can't see it down there. This one, the Mountain King Gauntlet. So you combine the Mountain Hit Gauntlet with the arm and with the what was the other thing, with the tentacle, and you can get a lot of good synergies for a melee forged, for a Vortex Bomber forged. Alright, this build is a little bit difficult to play because there's so many skills you have to do in a rotation. It's kind of getting too difficult for me to play this setup. Because first, the way I play it, first I need to do sacrifice to Goose. Or maybe let's say I start with Void of Shasta. Then I do sacrifice to Goose. Then I do Ghost Visage, and then I start spamming this with maybe a relic active skill in between. And then I have to do, after 3 targeted strikes, another Ghost Visage, then another 3 targeted strikes, and then another sacrifice to Goose, then another Ghost Visage, targeted strikes, then Revolt, then another Shasta, another Goose, another Visage, another 3 targeted strikes. Kind of a long rotation, and it seems a little bit too much for me to do it well. My brain can't handle that rotation. And I might just start spamming targeted strikes and Sword Smash and Ghost Visage and just remove Sacrifice to Goose. Because adding Sacrifice to Goose adds a little bit of extra difficulty to playing this. And again, I don't have enough Respectacles for this build. I still have some skill points I might want to remove. But instead of making this a precision build, I'm probably gonna make a second sharpshooter eventually and level that one for targeted strikes. And I might just keep this as a summoner build and just level up the goblins to the max, level up PP again, because I removed 3 points from PP. This used to be at 6 points. And maybe find some musketeer items, because right now you can see I'm only with 1 piece of musketeer gear.
You ready to spend? I'm ready to bet.
I'm ready to spend, she's ready to bend. Amsterdam. Red light district. Let's make that an advertisement of the red light district. Maybe let's make it gender neutral, and instead of she's ready to bend, we can say they're ready to bend. Because you never know, men might want to visit the district too, women might want to visit the district too. People who don't identify with either might also want to visit the district too. But yeah, yesterday I was talking about Eric Andre's stand-up comedy, Legalize Everything as he called it. And he was talking about his experience in Amsterdam the first time he went there. And that's what just got me thinking about this yesterday when I said that line, the you're ready to spend, she's ready to bend. It's not as dirty as the lines in Wosen though, because in Wosen, when you don't have enough inventory room, they would say it's too big, that won't fit, something like that. So it's not as dirty as the Wosen lines. All right, let's see. Am I gonna get wide world this time and get one shot due to my slow reflexes? But I need a hydrate, so I'm gonna mute myself for a moment. Alright, I'm ready. Wait, what? Did you just see that? It was not hitting the barrels. That was weird. Yeah, wide world. Alright. Did he say drop the vote? I still can't tell exactly what he says. It sounds like drop the vote or something like that, but more like drop the vote. Can't make the voice. Can't make the white vote voice. I could probably make the yapper voice. At least when I was young, I used to make this similar voice. I used to call it baby talk. Or I would like, "Oh, yeah, hello, yeah, nice to see you," something like that. I used to make this voice, which is kind of similar to Yapper. But my voice mutated eventually when I grew up, and I can't sound the same way I used to sound back then. But I can make my voice kind of take different shapes, different sounds. So Yapper is my favorite NPC in the game, mostly due to that voice reminding me of when I used to do the similar voice. And yeah, I do damage. I do stream on YouTube as well as Mixer. But I guess with the shutdown of Mixer, I'm probably gonna start streaming to Facebook, because Restream is allowing me 3 platforms to restream to. Also, Istvan, Arvai, hello again, Istvan. And yeah, only 4 days. Getting hyped about Act 3. I'm currently using Restream. Restream.io allows you for free to stream to 3 platforms. The problem is there might be sometimes a delay, because even if I'm streaming quick enough to Restream, Restream is restreaming the footage to the 3 platforms, and sometimes one platform would have a bigger delay than the other. So there's the downside of restreaming sometimes. Kind of not that good for real-time interaction, but it's kind of close to real-time interaction. Sometimes the delay is very big, sometimes there barely is any delay. Twitch affiliate is not supposed to do that. I never knew this. I never heard anything like that. But well, I've never gotten any notification that I shouldn't do this. I know you shouldn't upload your Twitch streams to YouTube, unless it's a day after it or 2 days after it. But I never heard anything about restreaming. I just know if I've streamed on Twitch, I'm not supposed to be copying that stream and putting it on YouTube until it's been a few days after that. But thanks for letting me know. I still have to look it up, because I've never heard anything about this before. So I'm gonna have to look it up, because if I remember correctly, it didn't mention anything about restreaming, just about copying your recorded streams from Twitch to other platforms until it has been 2 days or so. So let's go back to the mage. Okay, you're gonna PM it to me. Alright, but yeah, so far, since I've been streaming for like 14 months, I've never gotten anything like a warning or something about the restreams. So I guess it's not that strict of a policy. Or maybe it's not that easy for them to keep monitoring if everyone is doing it. But I'm gonna read when you PM me the link. You can PM me on Discord or on Twitch, wherever you want, and I'm gonna check it out later. Okay, let's sell the stuff. Why was I doing it to the pet? And let's move. Yeah, they don't have the manpower to be checking every single little streamer and to pay attention to who is restreaming or not. And we are far away from partner. I mean, partner on Twitch is much more difficult than partner on YouTube, because with partner on YouTube, eventually you can get it. Eventually you're gonna have people enjoying your content and subscribing, and eventually you're gonna get it. Whereas with Twitch, you really need numbers. You need constant numbers at the same time. And that's something that's not that easy to get on Twitch. Whereas with YouTube, it's just about patience. Getting partner on YouTube is all about patience compared to Twitch. With Twitch, you might need a lot more patience. And if you're playing like us, some of the more indie games that don't have that many people watching those, some of the smaller, not well-known titles, it's definitely gonna be a longer process until your channel grows. Because those games do get attention around launch days, and they do get attention afterwards for a few weeks, but after that those big streamers who are variety streamers move away from those games. The people watching those games that we play, like Vast Epoch, like this game, like Chaos Bane, and so on, there's definitely not gonna be as many people streaming them and as many people watching them. You can just see the number of players playing Torchlight 3 right now, and that would kind of give you an idea of the expected number of people watching. Games like Path of Exile, for example, are big, but I don't want to stream Path of Exile. People keep telling me, yo, stop making content for this game or that game, start doing that other game, start doing Path of Exile, stream Path of Exile, make content for Path of Exile. But I can't enjoy the game. If I don't enjoy the game, I'm not gonna make content or stream it, and that's kind of it. I'm not gonna do it just for viewers. It just doesn't feel right if you do it for that. Everyone wants viewers and everyone wants subscribers, but it feels wrong if you do it only for that, if you play games that you don't enjoy. And thank you Meron 865 for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. Thank you and really appreciate it. It's all about patience though. If anyone who is watching is considering creating content, keep in mind sometimes it's just not something that's gonna happen over a day or over a week, overnight. it takes some time and patience and a lot of effort. Alright, the mage, you can see the mage is super easy to play. Even if I just mash buttons, I end up doing 20-30,000 damage on this build. Even if I don't try to build my buff bars. I do wish there's a light skill that does damage over time. For example, like the Poison Consecration, but that we don't cast around us. And thank you, I do damage for the foe. I'm gonna give you one back because you're a fellow content creator, so if I haven't, let me try and do it. I don't normally do follow for follow because that's the wrong way to grow your channel, but you're a cool person and you've done a lot of stuff for that game, so we'll also follow you. And welcome to everyone. You send me on Discord. Alright, I'm gonna check that PM later after the stream, but thanks for that. Thanks, really do. So yeah, you can see with this build, by the way, what's that good about this build. It's actually this one item here and this one item here. That's the major sources of damage. This is 200% extra damage, and this is 50% effectiveness for the dark buff, which also gives you damage. So with those two items and one more celestial item, regardless which one, for example this one, you're gonna be doing some good stuff. And that's how this one can do 30-40,000 damage when you max out the buffs. And I'm far from perfect with my gear. You can see I'm using a one-handed weapon. I'm not even using two-handed weapon. So my damage can be much better if I was using a two-handed weapon. But the damage is an overkill. I mean, using a two-handed weapon right now would be an overkill for me. I do plenty of damage the way it is. So I'd much rather have a little bit more block chance, because you can see I'm not the best at using my escape skills at the right time. So you can see this one takes a long time to fill. If I were to use this skill, it would be a little bit easier, I guess, to fill it. And ideally I would be using Holy Boat with the item that allows me with 50% chance to cast Absolver when casting Holy Boat. That would be my preferred choice. But let's see how quickly I built my white skills bar. Just look at Dark Spears, boom boom boom, it's almost there. And if you add something like Energy Spike to the mix, which is so many hits per second, and if you have knockback to it as well, that's just super quick building of the skill bar. So let's just show you how quickly we can build this, those two bars now. So we've built both bars. And now just with my Absolver I'm doing 7000, and that's 7000 with 782 being my damage. Let's see my non-buffed damage. I want to see my non-buffed damage. My non-buffed damage is 489. So I was doing 7000 on a 489 base, which is level 25 downscaled items. So it doesn't matter whether you're using Entropy, or whether you're using the boosted Radiant Blast, or you're using Absolver, or Holy Boat, or Unholy Boat, or Energy Spike, the Disc Mage will be strong with those items. It will be strong, because those items are just must have. You're losing a lot of damage if you're not using the Celestial Gauntlets and Legs. I mean, you can probably get away without the 25 extra % bonus damage from the Legs, which is 50% effectiveness to a buff that gives you 50% damage. So you can get away with using something different than the Celestial Pants, like the Skittering Pants, for example. You're not gonna lose that much, but the gauntlets are 2 times 100 damage when you're light and dark charged. So yeah, another map without a phase beast, by the way. But I do damage. If you're still there, how's your YouTube channel? How are you doing with your YouTube channel? How long did it take you to build it to the place it is at right now? And how many games are you doing content for? Because right now I'm only doing regularly content for this game, for Chaos Bane, and I used to do a little bit of Minecraft Dungeons. Once they add the new patch, I'm gonna do some more. And I used to do Wosen, and I will do more Wosen next month when they patch it. But I try to keep it simple, to not do too many games. Every now and then there's gonna be a game that's like not an ARPG, like maybe a tactical RPG, which I can try and cover a little bit of. I'm just wondering, for another content creator's perspective, what do you think is better? To just stick to a few titles, or to spread yourself into many titles and do content for many games? I've been trying to do the first thing, to stick to a few games and just to make build videos and information like guides and other stuff like that for just the titles I majorly stream, rather than dabble in every single ARPG title. Oh, okay. Oh, Phase Beast, don't run away, don't run away, don't run away. Phew. Sometimes I would sit, and just before I even was able to attack it, it would disappear. Sometimes that's how they spawn. I don't know why. They spawn like away from my screen sometimes. So probably the triggering distance of Phase Beasts might need a little bit of tweaking. But no one would care about phase beasts when the Fazir Shah's dungeon gets added, honestly. Especially once they change the wife-bound system, I wouldn't see any appeal to doing phase beast maps. Right now, phase beast maps feel appealing to a level 60 player because you get wife-bound items from them. And then you can unbind those wife-bound items with scrolls of unbinding and retain their power. But once they rework this system, there's not gonna be much appeal into getting that wife-bound gear, knowing that you won't be able to unbind it and retain that power. So I'm pretty sure that the majority of the people who are playing softcore, not hardcore, would probably not even care about phase beasts once they add the new endgame mode and people don't need to do them. Wow, okay. Okay, I'm actually gonna keep this for other heroes. And I had 10% ice damage. I had a 10% ice damage armor. But the problem is it was leg armor and I'm not gonna lose my celestial pants just so I can get 10% more ice damage. Or maybe I should. Maybe I should. I will test. I will test something, so I need to go to my fort quickly. Grab those pants and unbind them because they were bound. I don't have a scroll of unbinding. Never mind, I'm still gonna test it. I'm gonna test it in a low level zone where chances of me dying are low. And I'm gonna test getting my dark buff activated to get that extra 50% effectiveness, not effectiveness but efficiency or whatever it's called, of that extra 25% damage compared to the regular dark buff, and then I'm gonna change my legs to see what gives me more damage. The one with the 25% more damage on the dark buff or the 10% ice damage leg armor. Those are things I've always been wondering whether... See, that's the thing I was talking about. Because look at this DPS. The DPS here changes, but that DPS is without including the 25% more damage from the dark buff. Because the dark buff gives you 50, but with this it gives me 75% more damage, which stacks with the 20% damage from those buffs. I can also enchant it, so let's see what I can enchant to this one. No. Give me electric. Yes, electric defense. No. I don't want potion work. Okay. Let's find 3 blue items. 3 blue items I no longer need. Maybe this one. Maybe this one. Maybe... Maybe this one. Okay, HP and electric defense, just what I need. I'm starting to prepare for Act 3 already. So hopefully I don't die and lose this, but let's see now. Let's go to... for example... Let's say we go to Acrid Plains, just to test some stuff there. Because there's a lot of enemies we can test on. We can easily build the dark buff bar there. What? It ported me into Buckswat Burrow. That's That's kind of weird bug. I'm pretty sure I clicked on Acrid Plains. Did I click on Bugswat Burrow by accident? So we have to build the dark buff, right? Oh, I have to be using this skill to build it. I keep forgetting. It's the other way around. Okay, so right now my DPS here is 627. With this one it's 576. 54. Oh, never mind. See, 548 with just this one. And now 576. So definitely better to use those legs instead of this one when using an ice-based item. And that's at this level. At the other level it's gonna be much bigger difference. But I'm losing other things with that one, which is the basic defense and the cooldown for relic skills. So eventually if I get a scroll of unbinding, I'm gonna use those. No, it's better. It's not out. Code Killer 1966. It's still better. Early access beta though. As for Bangarang, the issues with the teleport. What do you mean with the teleporter points? With the waypoint? Yeah, there's issues. There's issues. They know about those issues apparently, and they're working on fixing them. And some things are getting fixed in regards to traveling with the patch on Tuesday. So on Tuesday is the first major patch since early access launched. So expect some changes to the traveling problems where you would teleport in one place but end up in another. Or for example, sometimes the weirdest thing would happen. I would teleport to one place and then end up into another player's game. I would end up, for example, I'm playing on Ridiculous, as you can see here. And I would teleport into someone that's playing on normal, or on hard, or on casual, inside their game without us being in a team. So when this happens, the best thing to do is restart the game. Not to go back to character selection, but purely restart the game. Exit to desktop and restart. That's gonna be my advice to people who get this bug. But just now we've tested that this 25% extra damage from the dark buff, from the celestial legs, is not as good as using 10% ice damage or other type of elemental damage that matches your weapon. And that was even me testing on a one-handed weapon. If you're using a two-handed weapon, this percent damage becomes even better. Even better. So if you have to make a choice, do I want to use my celestial legs, which are legendary, or do I want to use my blue legs, which can give me percent damage to a certain element, the blue one would be the better choice. Because legendary items don't seem to be able to drop with that item, with that bonus, with the percent elemental bonus. But in the end it would be better to just equip maybe another set there. I should have made comments, sorry for that, I should have made comments where you can type the comment and get the patch notes. For those of you who have recently joined the stream, I'm gonna quickly paste the patch notes. Here it is. This is another thing, this is the announcement of Act 3 coming on June 30th. So it's not real patch notes, the patch notes are coming when the patch lands, but this is like state of the game and things that are going to be included in the patch. So if you want to see what's getting fixed, you might want to read the first link I sent you, folks. The information is there. Okay, let's go kill another beastie boy and get that boss kill. So now, as soon as I get the scroll of unbinding, I'm probably gonna change my celestial legs to something else. But eventually you're probably gonna be mixing 3 pieces from one set with 3 pieces from another. So let's say you're using the Celestial Gauntlets and the Celestial Mask and maybe the Celestial Chest piece, and then you're using legs, boots and shoulders from the Skittering set, for example. That's not gonna be a bad combo. Especially the Skittering shoulders that are gonna give you a lot of survivability. A lot of survivability. But if you don't feel like you want 3 pieces of the Skittering set, just 3 pieces Celestial, then I would strongly suggest considering using blue items with percent damage bonus. Because right now, as I said, I've never seen a single legendary item dropping with that affix, with the percent ice, fire, poison, physical, etc. type of damage. And that's another map without a phase beast, might as well just kill the boss. And maybe get a scroll of unbinding. Well, not a scroll of unbinding, but still better than nothing. I'm gonna go on my other mage now. I'm getting bored of playing this one, so let's go on the main. This is actually my main mage, my first hero since early access. This one's slightly different and slightly weaker, I guess. I don't think I've got 3 celestial pieces on this one. I've only got 1 celestial piece. And my weapon should be shittier, if I'm not mistaken. I can probably go to my fort and pick some of the leftover weapons. I'm gonna see quickly what weapon I'm using on this one. So, oh no, he's using a 36 weapon, so never mind. He's using a good weapon. For a one-handed, that is. So I just now... See the book I'm showing you? I kind of cast entropy and it disappeared. Was that a phase beast I saw? No. That phase beast grind. Oh, there is no phase beast here. This one is having much more problems with the mana, by the way, compared to my other build. It has many skills that cost a lot of mana. And it doesn't have points into Shadow Step for mana regen, passive mana regen 15%. So I can definitely see this needing some more levels before I can get it to work the way I want it to, with that mana regen from Shadow Step. Eventually I would have the mana regen from Shadow Step even on builds that don't use Shadow Step at level 60, because you'll have the points, especially when you're using Celestial chest and helmet to get those points. Right now I'm not using them because I don't have them on this one. Did I just get Scroll of Unbinding? Perfect. I can now unbind that other item I wanted to. Gotta send the pet to sell and hopefully get a phase beast to spawn on my way back. It might be another map without a phase beast. I mean, I've been getting so many maps without a phase beast spawning on them that it's kind of discouraging doing this type of thing. But as I said, I'm getting so bored of leveling heroes. I mean, leveling 6 heroes so far kind of don't want to see those quests again for at least another 2 weeks or so, until they fix the train skills and rework the train skills, so I can level up a train build from the get-go. But when they add Act 3, I'm gonna be too busy bringing all those 6 heroes to level 50, 52, which is probably where I'm gonna stop, at around level 52, because then it's gonna be boring phase grind again, I guess. Oh, another phase finally. Fuck, I can't enter it. There's so many. There we go. So this build, compared to my other one, is much weaker. First, I only get 100% bonus damage from my gauntlets, because I don't have 2 more celestial pieces. Second, my gear is a little bit shittier, my weapons and stuff. Let's see what's my weapon here. Someone says remedied use. It seems like there's better chance for phase beast on lower difficulty, because on hard I get around 2-3 phase beasts per run, but on ridiculous I usually only get 1. Maybe that's a thing, but as I said, I've got 4 heroes that I'm only playing on ridiculous, and this is one of those. So I've got heroes for the other difficulties, but this one is one of my ridiculous only heroes of my 4 major ones. Or it could also be just RNG. It could also be just RNG being what it is. So right now I can only get 100% bonus from the gauntlets instead of 200 until I get 2 more pieces equipped. Well, actually, never mind. I do get 200%. I do have 3 pieces equipped. So why did the damage seem so bad compared to the other build when I'm even using entropy with this one? And I still got a pretty decent one-handed weapon. I mean, 600 damage at 36 is pretty high roll on a one-handed weapon without sockets, that is. There's this damage versus high hit as well. Oh, another scroll of unbinding. Nice, I can go and unbind that item now. I'm gonna quickly go and unbind those legs. What we can do now is start preparing items enchanted for electric defenses. Electric enemies, the shock enemies, would be pretty difficult to deal with because they silence you. When you're shocked, you cannot cast your skills until you get rid of the shock. Meaning you have to use the new potion. Where was it? That potion. Just a second, I'm gonna try and find you that potion. This potion. Until you use this potion, which is the Act 3 potion, it clears shock, and shock prevents you from using your relic skill and things like that. So relic spam builds would have a hard time in that frontier. If you let them hit you, of course. That's only if you let them hit you and shock you. If you kill them before they can hit you, then no problem. So we'll see. Gerardrus1 says I'm not naked. What do you mean by you're not naked? Not sure what that's referring to. But alright, is that some sort of a meme? I'm not in touch with memes over the past year and a half, so I only know old memes, I don't know new memes. where did I place them? There we go. That's where they are. Fuck. Wait, come on, that delay. I'm pretty sure I right clicked on those and they didn't go in there. Anything else worth unbinding? Now that I've got the scrolls, might as well check if there's anything else. Remember there being a nice great sword I put somewhere with 800 something damage. Maybe this pistol for my forged. So this pistol would be a good addition to my forged. Let's put it maybe here. And the rest I'm probably gonna sell. Right, let's do another boss kill after this one. So yeah, start stockpiling books and save up money for gambling cannons. You would be able to get cannons. And Gerardo says he wears quotes now. What do you mean by you're wearing quotes now? Do you mean that you were wearing 0 armor on your hero? Or are you referring to your actual self, not to your hero? Cause sometimes letting it dangle is not a bad thing. If you're alone at home, you can let it dangle a little. Live that nudist life. But yeah, sometimes in games, when you're a Wobby, you can feel naked until something good drops. You say about yourself, cause it's hot, yeah? You wear pants. Okay. Yeah, sometimes when it's summer and I'm streaming during the daytime, thankfully I don't use cameras because Twitch doesn't allow topless men on stream. Sometimes I might actually do that. Although it's not really good for my chair, for my gaming chair, it's not really good to be not wearing top, because the sweat, the water is not good for the material of the chair. At least that's what Secret WAP are saying about the chair. So I might put like a towel on it if I'm topless. Thankfully I'm not wearing a camera because all of you would get scared. I mean, I'm gonna try and find you an image after this boss fight to see kind of what I look like. It's not gonna be me, it's just gonna be something that resembles me. If you type Rasputin in Google and see the images, you're probably gonna be able to see one image of a scary looking person there. That resembles kind of me if I let my hair down. Of course my hair is longer and my beard is longer than the image. But the main reason I don't show myself is just because I don't have a camera. No other reason, honestly. There's also another reason, because I have a problem where I have to salivate in a napkin due to having problems, but I can always just shut down the camera when I make this. Celestial boots. Oh, that's a very nice pair. Because my current one is shit. My current one is total shit. And now I feel bad for wasting my wife-bound scrolls. So, faster cooldown for relic active skills. Relic cooldown and chance to block. 3 out of 4 good stats. That's a keeper. Okay, I'm gonna stop playing on this hero. And go back to the forged. Back to the forged. I'm gonna try and find you that image I was talking about. The scary one. Let's try and find you. Oh, this one looks nice. Or maybe this one. Okay, I'm gonna find you 2 images. And that looks pretty scary. So, thank you very much for the faux Hesa Omega. I'm actually gonna share my Firefox. Instead of showing you images, might as well just share my Firefox with you. So you can see. That that's pretty funny. I just gotta share it. Now I'm sounding like a demented person laughing at something you can't see. Window capture or display capture. Display capture. Actually, let's do window capture. Oh, never mind. I actually had it here. So let me show it. So you're seeing, did you see those images? Of course, this guy seems to have blue or green eyes, mine are brown or hazel, but this is pretty much, my hair is a little bit longer. It's kind of all the way under my chest, but yeah. My beard is kind of this big. And this is kind of a scary guy, at least in my book he's scary. Especially this one. So yeah, that's kind of what I might look like. If you're wondering what's behind the voice. Let me quickly remove this now. Okay. Enough of this. Enough of this. So when I do end up getting a camera, and when I think my PC can handle me showing the camera as well as my game footage, but it should be able to handle it right now. I'm definitely gonna someday show you, mostly to show you the little furry beast that ends up meowing in my channel every now and then when he's hungry.
Hiya! Looking for some gear?
Because my cat, if I had a camera, he would be the actual star of the stream. He would be the one people would be liking a lot, because he sometimes stands behind me, right behind me in his place. And evening, Nicholas Lichtenstein. Sorry for the late reply. I was out and tapped, I guess. Oh, this guy has a phasic hammer. He has a shocking hammer. Pretty nice hammer. Why can't I see this guy's level? Normally I would see the level of the person. I guess he was teleporting, that's why. Right, Phase Beast. Actually, I'm not doing Phase Beast right away. I'm gonna quickly do Frag Master. Because on this guy, I'm actually farming for a cannon. For the Mega Blaster. Boom Buster. This Mega Blaster just doesn't want to drop. I'm starting to believe it's not added into the game as a drop. If anyone has gotten the Mega Cannon, feel free, the Mega Blaster Cannon, feel free to share that you've got it. So I would at least get a little bit more hopeful for actually finding that cannon. Where should you be farming once you hit 34 plus? Well, what you should be doing after 34 plus is doing exactly what I'm doing right now. So you do this, you go to the teleporter, you click on Bugswat Burrow, and that puts you into this zone. After you're in this zone, you just start running. Start running around looking for the purple kitty, for the purple beast. You can say the magic word here, kitty, 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 and you hope for it to spawn. If the magic word doesn't work, then I don't know what else to suggest. You just keep running in this map until you find that purple beast. Then you kill that. There we go, the kitty showed up. Then you kill it. And it spawns that portal. And thank you for the YouTube sub, Mr. U123. Welcome to the Struck Club. So once he spawns the portal, you click on it and enter. And this puts you into a map that is always your level plus 1 enemies. So if I'm level 35, the enemies would be level 36. Terry the Tank TV, welcome back Terry the Tank, nice to see you. How have you been, dude? So yeah, once you go into this, as you see, I'm 35, this is a 36 zone. The problem is if you die in this zone, you cannot resurrect in this zone, and it's lost forever. So it's like a roguelite dungeon, roguelite map. They call those hardcore dungeons, that's why it says hardcore there. I'm not sure hardcore is... could be a little bit misleading, but roguelite is probably a good way to call those dungeons, the phasic portals, the phase beast portals. And you kill a boss, you get the loot at the end, and in those dungeons there's always just gonna be an arena boss fight, like White Wolf, Strong Tusk, Sora, Kronk. And that's kind of boring, but in 4 days we're getting a new patch with Act 3. So on Tuesday we're getting Act 3, so on Tuesday the new cap, soft cap, would be 52 or 51. Something, somewhere around there, 50 something. So right now if we get to 35 easily, with the new act, that's gonna probably go up to 50-ish. Can't tell you the exact number because I don't know how many more bosses and stages they've added to that act. That's actually not a bad one. Worth maybe keeping. And this would be your grind. It would be boring, but 4 more days. So you gotta just bear through it for 4 more days until we start doing the same thing, but for only 8 levels. Right now you have to do this for 25 levels. You can see how this could be discouraging. You might be better off leveling some more heroes to 35, so that in 4 days when Act 3 gets added, you can just start leveling up your heroes past 35 in the new zone. The content, Yazaru, the dev said that the content can take you to 46, and that kind of is it. The content takes you to 46. Roughly. So when you're done with the quest, you're gonna be between 43 and 46. Somewhere around there. So let's say the content goes to like 46. That means you can get to level 50. Because you can get experience from enemies 4 levels under yours. So that can get you to 50, but if it goes to 47... If there's enemies that are 57 or 58, like for example, You know how Sadista is slightly higher level than the content level on the Twilight Depths. So let's say the last boss, which would be the third sister, I assume. Let's say the last boss is 48. Then we can probably get to 52. Or whatever, or 50... Yeah, I think 52 would be reasonable. And then there's gonna be just 8 levels of grinding beasts. Whether I think it's better for melees to use one hand rather two hand, that depends. Do you need block chance? If you have block chance in your items, you're better off using a two hand. Then do you need steam dissipation or endurance regeneration or ammo regeneration or mana regeneration? If you don't, then again go for two-hander. You can easily get enough block chance without a shield. You can see this 38 block chance without a shield, and the cap is 40. So it's not impossible to max your block chance without wearing a shield. It's completely doable, so don't be afraid to use two-handers. Two-hander can give you so much damage right now, because they changed the way offhands work. The way offhands worked is they used to give you built-in damage, like this weapon gives me 200 electric damage. I would have had probably like 50 or 60 built-in damage on my offhand if it was a focus item. And they changed it, so now focus items don't have built-in damage. Before, two-handed was very weak. If you compare two-handed before to two-handed now feels much more viable than before. Because especially when you didn't have enchantment slots, it was definitely much better before to not use a two-handed. But now, first of all, you have enchantment slots, so let's say you have a two-hander with 3 enchantment slots, and then you have a main hand and an off-hand with 3 enchantment slots. The two-hander would get slightly stronger flat damage with the two-handed recipes, but the thing is the offhand cannot get damage from enchantments, from what I've seen. That means you're gonna get much less damage from it. Unless you get an offhand that somehow gives you crit damage and crit chance and things like that, then yeah, probably two-hander might be the better option. I used to hate two-handed. I used to always go one-handed shield or one-handed focus. But eventually, when you're level 60 and you've got full legendaries, it won't matter, really. Really, you would be strong enough with the one-handed to not feel that you're losing so much DPS. You're definitely gonna be losing DPS with the one-hand versus two-hand. But if you're full legendary and you have 2 or 3 enchantment sockets on your offhand and main hand, you're still gonna be strong enough to not feel bad for not using the two-hander. But for now, I would recommend using a two-hander, especially if you have enough block chance. It also depends on how good of a player you are. If you're good enough to not get hit, and if you have a little bit of block chance, not enough to survive a few hits every now and then. But if you're good enough at dodging and using your mobility, escape mechanic skills, then again two-hander would be the better choice. It's pretty specific for the player rather than the build. On cannon builds, for example, on cannon builds I always preferred using shield, because my main damage on cannon builds comes from the cannon, not from the one-handed and offhand. But now that we can get block chance on things that are not shields, again, if you have enough block chance without a shield, it might be a waste to use a shield. Right now, why am I using the shield I'm using? Because it's my burn chance item. This doesn't give me chance to burn, and the offhand for chance to burn that I can equip was wife bound. So until I find a good offhand with more burn chance, I'm gonna be either using a two-hander or a one-hander shield. My ideal thing would be getting this one to give me chance to burn. If I can get this burn duration to turn into chance to burn, I would be very happy. I've been trying, I already enchanted more than 10 times, and I just can't get it to... I can't get it to give me that chance to burn. No matter how much I try to get it, it just doesn't want to drop. But chance to burn, why I need chance to burn, to those of you who are wondering, my build does 50% extra damage to burning enemies. That's why I'm actually using this in trying to get chance to burn.
Your pack is too heavy.
Okay. I'm gonna quickly go to my fort and try again this cannon. Try to see if I can get this cannon to give me chance to burn. Not cannon, but my sword to give me chance to burn. Or alternatively, I can use a two-handed sword, a great sword that gives me chance to burn. I think I made one. Safe to wear. And yeah, Realm Master and dying from wax. I'm assuming what Mr. U123 is referring to could be when he's using hammer spin. When he's using hammer spin, the mobility skill that gives you 50% movement speed, this sometimes results in you rubber banding and wagging out. They're kind of working on fixing this and other movement related rubber banding. So hopefully we see fixes for those things soon. Alright, let's try again. Disenchant, give me chance to burn. Come on, baby, I want chance to burn. 5.5% chance to burn. Is this a joke? Is this a joke? I think this is broken. That's not what we should be getting. That's just not what we should be getting. The chance to burn we should be getting should be something like this. 33.5% chance to burn for X damage for X seconds. So this seems like a broken enchantment. It should be saying X% chance to burn for X damage for X seconds. So did they intentionally make this enchantment to be like this? And why only 5.5%? That's barely worth keeping. 5.5% chance to burn. Yeah, I'm not gonna be using this item. I'm gonna just replace it with the two-hander. The problem is no scroll of unbinding yet. So I'm gonna have to wait for a scroll of unbinding. 5.5% chance to burn. This is like the biggest joke ever. I'm gonna probably add a feedback card in Note to rework those chance to burn, chance to bleed, chance to poison, etc. in the enchantments. To at least give us 15 or maybe even 10% chance to burn, but 5.5, that means the limit is probably 7. I'm not sure what the limit is, but let's see. Does it show me the limit here if I click it? It doesn't show me the possible limit. So first of all, it should show you in brackets the minimum and the maximum you can get on the row next to it or in front of it. I'm assuming this probably goes between 4 and 8 maybe, and I'm somewhere in the middle. Let me quickly check something. This one is still wife bound. I've been saving this to make it not wife bound. Well, I'm gonna have to wait. Alright. At least I got chance to burn. If nothing else, at least I got chance to burn. So I finally saw it rolling. Alright, let's sell and go. 5.5 chance to burn. Still can't believe it that this is how much I got after so many tries, and it was pretty anticlimactic to get 5.5% chance. So if you have 3 sockets, you can probably get, let's say, 8 maximum on a blue item. Let's say you get 8 maximum on a blue item, 10 maximum on a legendary item. That means with 3 sockets you get 30% chance. And on those sockets you can get things like damage instead of the burn chance. And be much better off to get some flat damage rather than that burn chance. I was kind of experimenting. I wanted to see how much burn chance I can get. And if it's gonna be chance to burn for X damage for X seconds, which I was expecting it to be. Kind of disappointed to find out that's not how it is. Because I'd much rather get flat damage now instead of this. So the main thing for this build would be to get a weapon that has built-in chance to burn for X damage over X seconds. Mostly a cannon. Cannon would be the preferred choice of drop. Alright, let's go kill a phase beast. And the comedian says, hey man, how you doing? You having fun? Well, I'm having as much fun as one can have killing phase beasts. Having fun is kind of a difficult thing to do when you're killing phase beasts over and over again, doing the same thing. But at least I'm having fun finding some weird nice items every now and then. If anything, at least that's the thing that keeps me getting some joy out of this mindless, brain dead type of grind of phase beasts. But that's 4 days. At least I'm hyped about the patch that in 4 days, at least we can get to like 50 something level without needing to do phase beasts. And them releasing the patch, Act 3 patch soon, means that the endgame content might be coming sooner than expected as well. So let's say in month and a half, maybe it would be ready for us to try and give them feedback on the first version of the Fazir Shah's dungeon, the new endgame that's upcoming. And Gerardro says, do you know the game Hero Siege? Yes, I know it, but in Hero Siege people can cheat. And not only can they cheat on PC, they can cheat on mobile. You can download a hacked version of Hero Siege on your mobile phone and be able to cheat. So a game that allows cheating and has leaderboards does not get my respect. I paid for it. I mean, I own it on both PC and on mobile, just so I could get those bonus things that you could get a few months ago or a year ago. I think there was some sort of a promotion that you get a skin or some slots. I can't remember what it was. There was something that you could unlock if you own the mobile version of the game, along with the PC version. And I was playing with some people and it was fun and everything, but I found out that people can cheat, and I immediately stopped playing it when I found out people can do some various different types of exploits and cheats and whatever. Maybe that's no longer the case, but when I did play, it used to be. It used to be. I mean, it would have been fine if there were no leaderboards and people could cheat, because there's many offline games that allow you to cheat. I mean, in offline games, cheating is a thing. But with Hero Siege having online leaderboards and people being able to cheat with it didn't sit well with me. But in general, I actually try to stay away from games with leaderboards. I'd much rather not have the competitive element. And if there's a leaderboard in the game, I'm gonna feel bad if I don't participate. You know, fear of missing out, FOMO. So if there's leaderboards, I'm gonna try and do something to participate in them. Unless there's a way to opt out of the leaderboards. And not have to benefit from those mechanics or anything like that. But if the leaderboards give you some rewards that you really want, then I'm gonna have to feel forced into participating. Hero Siege didn't feel like I need to be in the leaderboards, it felt completely optional. But again, people being able to cheat in the game and having leaderboards just felt wrong to me. Yeah, for me, for example, in a game like Path of Exile, I wouldn't care less about the leaderboards. In fact, I would prefer to be able to play a league in Path of Exile where I can click a button to opt out of leaderboards, but to not lose XP when I die, for example. I couldn't care less about the rewards that, for example, in Path of Exile I can get. I think leaderboards in Path of Exile should be opt-out optional. Kind of thing, and if you opt out to get less severe punishments for dying. Because if you're not gonna participate in the leaderboards, then you don't need the death penalty. That's just my personal opinion though. So yeah, in a game like Path of Exile, I definitely don't feel like I need to be in the leaderboards. And I never tried being in the leaderboards, because, I mean, who has that much spare time to play that much and to try to be in the leaderboards, unless you're playing like a top meta build that wipes everything, which most of the time ends up being super boring playing such a build in games like those, where you're one-shotting or two-shotting bosses or face-tanking bosses. Although face-tanking bosses can be done pretty fun and pretty well. I've played multiple ARPGs where it was super fun to make that one build that may not be doing much damage, but is able to face tank and survive. It might take it longer to kill a boss, but at least the boss doesn't one-shot it. That's actually builds that I really like playing. I really have fun playing builds that don't do much damage, but at least don't die from bosses due to all the damage reduction and blocking and whatever. Oh, I've got something crafted here.
Your pet has arrived.
So, how strong was this thing? 472. Oh, that's my spare one. Because this one is 597 and I didn't unbind it. Wow, that's something I can't believe I haven't unbound that. Oh, and I've got a Respectacle. Now, let's do it. Let's do this thing. Respectacle. Now we remove this and now we max out Absolver. Oh no, I need one more point in Absolver. But I've got two levels here. So I can Respectacle 1 point from that one. So what do I Respectacle now? I'm thinking of Respectacling this one. It's still the bonus and now I can do this. 1, 2, boom! Level 10 Absolver. My pet is begging me for food. He's a little bit early. It's been only 2.5 hours since I started streaming and he's already begging for food. And I fed him. Alright, I'm gonna give him some food. Just give me a moment. Alright, ready. Fed him. Okay, good to go. So let's do some mage stuff. I wanna play with that upgraded absolver now a bit. I wanna enjoy that extra projectile goodness. I can't wait to get this item, the Arc of White, that allows me to use Holy Bolt and 50% chance to cast Absolver when using Holy Bolt. About Hero Siege, I think it's a very nice and fun game. Very nice and fun game. It could feel a little bit boring at times, but isn't that the case with most ARPG endgames, where you're doing the same thing over and over and over and over again without much... I'm not a big fan of some of the one-shotty mechanics on some of the bosses. I didn't like the difficulty of the boss fights in Hero Siege. Some of the mechanics felt a little bit too difficult for a filthy casual like me. I could still do very well, and I really liked the team aspect of the game and doing that drifting. But another thing I don't like is endless levels. I never like games with endless levels. I like having a limit. So, like Diablo 3, it has the thing I detest in an ARPG: endless rifting. No limit to the endless mode. I like endless mode that's not really endless and has an end, and then people start competing for time that it takes them to complete this thing, rather than constantly becoming stronger and stronger and finding stronger and stronger items, or having an endless amount of levels. I like having a max level, and I like having a max content level. So yeah. My last game on Hero Siege, it's probably a year ago, maybe more than a year ago. I was not streaming back then, so it was before April 2019. I started streaming in April 2019, and since then I've mostly played the games I stream, unless there's been an NDA and I can't stream a game. For my information, they've overhauled the entire game for some reasons. Well, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. It's good to know that they've overhauled the entire game, because the classes felt great. I loved playing an Amazon, for example, in Hero Siege. I loved playing that guy with the pistols, I forgot his name, Pirate, the one with the bombs. So I loved playing another one, some warriorish class, I can't remember the name of it, but I think I played 4 or 5 classes before I got bored of it. But yeah, again, the main turn off from the game for me would be the competitive aspect. I just stay away from competitive, because me and competitive, we don't mix well. It only makes me rage, and if it makes me rage, it's a problem within me, not within the game. But I'd much rather not play something that would make me feel like shit. So yeah. if there's competitive, I would stay away from it. If I want competitive, I'm gonna load up a shooter and play a shooter and get my dosage of PvP. But I'm not a fan of having PvE and PvP mixing. The only way I like PvP and PvE mixing is games like the old Warcraft 3 maps. You know, maps that were similar to Dota, but weren't tower defense kind of Dota. Not the tower defense, but the base defense kind of Dota. So the ones that you don't defend your base, you just go into an arena and you can kill monsters for wood, but also players. So that type of PvP I'm always up to, like a PvE kind of thing, similar to Crucible. Crucible did it okay, but I would have preferred it if it actually had much more things than it did. Let's go back to the Realm Master. So my brother was making, long ago there was a map my brother made for Warcraft 3 called I forgot the name of his first map, but his second map was called Kill or Die Arena. And with the second Warcraft 3 map, I was helping him with the script for the enchanting and the glows. There was a script that you can enchant your items on the NPC to +1, +2, etc. I think up to +9. And then we made it for each plus to have a different type of glow on the weapon. And then I also helped him with the gambling system. We made like a simple gambling system where you can have like a gold sink. And we made that map so that at different parts of the map you can kill different bosses to get different items. And it was all about PvP, but there was always ganking around the bosses. So that type of PvP I like. And Crucible kind of seems very close to this type of playstyle, but there were so many other things wrong with Amazon's Crucible. First of all, many people may not like the first person and would prefer isometric third person like this one on that type of a game. So Black Desert has their own BR, which is kind of similar, but again it's a BR. It has that whole big map which I don't like. I think things with this huge of a map, it doesn't go that well. And when you have the fucking BR mechanic, when it's not multiple teams, but for example, even if it's a one-on-one, even if it's free for all one-on-one, instead of having duos or squads, even if it's free for all, it still feels kind of wrong with that closing in on the center mechanic. I know that's made to prevent camping, but yeah, I mean, there's ways to do it well. This type of mechanic. There's another game called Hunter's Arena, which is in closed beta maybe still, which is similar to that. Again kind of going for that third person, not isometric but just regular third person camera, which might feel well for some but not for most. I think isometric MOBA camera would feel very well for that type of PvP game, for that type of competitive game. I mean, I wish someone would do something similar but much better than the one we did back then for Warcraft 3 as a map, where you have different ways of upgrading your gear, and the game would take no more than 20 to 40 minutes. Let's say a game won't take more than 20 minutes, maybe have a time limit of 20 minutes, have some type of a score, and the way I have it, feel free to steal the idea if you're a developer and end up seeing this, and if you want to make it, feel free to make the game, I'm gonna play it. But my idea was to have 3 different bases and 3 different teams. And let's say the map is a circle, like this. You have one base here, one base here, one base here. Each base has like a small forest or whatever to kill enemies, then a bridge that connects it to another type of the game. So let's say this is like map 1 here. Then you have fuck, I can't talk about it when there's monsters. I'm gonna try and draw it on paint. So my idea was, I'm gonna try and show you what my idea was as a map. I had it drawn somewhere, but I don't have it drawn on computer. I drew it in a notebook. I drew it in a notebook, so I can't show you the actual thing I drew. But I'm gonna try and do a very rough paint level over 9000 drawing to show you what I mean. Let's share my paint with you, just so you can kind of get an idea of what I mean. So let's say you've got the circular map. Boom. Not very circular, but let's say you've got that map. So let's say base one is here. Spawn 1, spawn 2, spawn 3. Then you have some sort of then you have some sort of a forest here, like mobs. Some sort of grasslands and trees. And then grasslands and trees here, and grasslands and trees here. And then you have some water. Boom, water, boom, water, boom, water. And then you have two bridges. One bridge here, one bridge here, one bridge here, one bridge here, here and here. And then you have some sort of more monsters to kill in this side. Maybe like a desert zone. In this side, like a desert. And people can maybe find some enemies to kill here. So let's say, I mean, this is very badly drawn. This should have been closer to this. So the distance between this and this should have been enough. And let's say there's a monster that you can kill here. And that gives you something, like some sort of mini boss. And the mini boss here and the mini boss here. And then you have in the center big boss. But to kill the big boss, you have to get two of the mini bosses killed and to get their tokens. And then once you enter the big boss, you have a chance to kill it without anyone interrupting. But if you lose points, so you have to risk it. If you don't go with all the members of the party, you can fail. But if you go with maybe, let's say you go with 4 people and the 5th member is helping, and you go with 3 people that they think they can kill the boss, the other ones can keep fighting for the other points and maybe defend. So there's gonna be maybe some points you can get from killing those, and maybe some buffs and some tokens if you kill those bosses. But the main thing would be to go here where it's gonna be the ice zone. It's gonna be some ice cave or whatever. That's just an idea. I mean, that's just some details. But let's say there's a game like this, I would really like to play it. I mean, I have a much better detailed map of what's to be, but that's just a rough sketch. And I think something like this, a small map, not too big, would be something I would really enjoy to play as a PvP game. That was me very off topic. Very off topic. And I actually started making the map myself on Unreal Engine 4 some time ago, but I didn't have much time to do it, and I'm very bad at designing stuff, and it took me so long just to make a single river flowing the way I wanted it, because I wanted to make it start from up top, very very high in the mountain, and to get it to go down. And it was super difficult to get the water to flow in a certain way without owning certain paid plugins and things like that. And I had to combine meshes, and when I combined the meshes, it was obvious that I've combined a water mesh with another water mesh. It didn't seem very fluid, but I'm not a developer. I don't know coding, so I tried to do it just with blueprints without coding. So it was kind of not the best thing, but at least I had some fun experimenting with the Unreal Engine when making it, so it was not time wasted. But it's definitely much more difficult to make it in Unreal Engine 4 than it was to make it in the Warcraft JAS environment to make maps on that Warcraft editor, Warcraft 3 editor. The Warcraft 3 editor was amazing for certain things. But yeah, just making that river around one of the bases and the forest around one of the bases took a long time to make.
Your pack is full.
Nevostrius, about Torchlight 3, whether it's worth it, give it 4 more days. 4 more days to see the contract system. and to see the what's its name, the Act 3 Econoc Mountains. Revisit after 4 days on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and watch a little bit of streams, watch a little bit of gameplay footage of the contract system and so on. Feel free to go to twitch.tv/play Torchlight to watch the stream from today, so you can see the contract system and Act 3 in action. If you want to check what's happening. I think I've got a command for that stream, so just a second. Okay, that's not the command. Twitch TLF. My old bot is also posting this. Let's delete this message. Shit, I can delete it, not from here. Alright, there we go, deleted the message. So in this Twitch you can watch the stream from today. From few hours ago there's a stream where they were playing Act 3 footage, and they showed the new reworked contract system. So the contract now has 40 stages instead of 30 or 60, which were the previous two versions, I remember. And after the 40 stages you can do the repeatable contract stages. Which mod for Torchlight 2 have you played? I've played a lot of mods, but Synergies is the one that comes to mind. And there was a mod pack which is called Draco's mod pack. Draco's mod pack. That was the mod I last played. And this one includes Synergies inside it, along with many more classes. It had like 60 or 70 classes. I can't remember. I think it was 68 or 69 classes. 69 AO. A lot of classes. Oh, 800, and that's actually pretty decent for a train pound build. Train pound build. And Berserk Crusher, I finally got this beauty. I finally got a Berserk Crusher. And the comedian is telling me earlier to try Vermintide 2. I played Vermintide on launch. I actually pre-ordered Vermintide 2. It's too difficult for me. The game director keeps getting me wrecked. And it's very dependent on your teammates. So if you have teammates that don't know what they're doing, the whole team might fail. And so most of the time I might be the one causing my team to fail. It's just unnecessarily difficult of a game. I don't think it should be this difficult. I mean, I could still complete the hardest content with two nice teammates, but I felt like I was the one getting carried. Regardless of which hero I played, and I played them all. I leveled them all on launch. I gotta admit, I haven't played since launch, so it probably changed. But again, it's kind of first person, it's kind of super difficult, and it kind of felt very grindy. You're doing the same map over and over and over again. You have like 5, 6, 7 different maps you can get into. But the randomness of the game director, when it would spawn that enemy, when it would spawn this enemy, it felt very imbalanced. Sometimes it would just completely destroy you by spawning the worst possible enemies in the worst possible situations. I prefer a little bit more chilled out gameplay rather than Vermintide 2. It's a good game though. I mean, I love Warhammer games. Vermintide is good, just not the right game for me. But I would definitely recommend it to people who love first person hack and slash. It's amazing. It's amazing of a game. And now it received its 3rd season patch a few days ago. So there's gotta be a lot of content up to this point that they've added into the game. Huh, I just made the wife bound receptacle not being wife bound by putting it into a stack of other non-wife bound things. Damn, I need level 40 now. Now I need level 40 to have this in my legendarium. I could actually do this. Let's say I do this. Boom, charges. Let's say I do something like this and this. Oh, this needs to be here too. Man, I'm saving so many. Oh, this is a one-handed sword. Ooh, this is gonna be so good for a train build. Okay, that's a keeper. Oh, 818 one-handed sword. This is a beast of a one-hander. For a non-enchanted one. Alright, I'm gonna put this there. For my other heroes. Let's go again. So you say you don't... let me just quickly chain. Come play with me, saying the comedian, I'll train you. Well, about map, it's mods of the game. Most of the games nowadays, like MOBA shooters, etc. Yeah, that's kind of it. It's mostly repetitive end game, but that's kind of it, the hack and slash end game. But this game has a lot of chances to be much better than it is, especially when they add the end game content. As I said multiple times, I know what the end game content is, but I'm not allowed to talk about it in detail. It's gonna be like a rifting system, but its own unique take. So they're not trying to reinvent the hot water. They're not trying to rediscover America. They're just trying to make their own unique take on the end game mode of a hack and slash RPG, which is pretty difficult to make something unique that others haven't done. But if you do something similar yet unique, that's good enough for me. If a game does the typical rifting system but with its own take, that's good enough for me for an end game in a hack and slash ARPG. So they're not gonna be doing something completely different from what you're seeing in other games. It's still gonna be your typical mapping rifting end game mode. So that's gonna be probably a month, 2 months from now. So until then, most people would not know whether the game is worth it for them. And I'm telling you, give it some time before at least you see what the end game is like before deciding whether the game is worth it. If you don't like early access unfinished products. Not everyone is a person that enjoys playing unfinished products, and that's why early access is called early access for a reason. It allows you to help test the game in an unfinished state and give the developers feedback so that they can improve the game. Not many developers really take early access seriously. Some developers just use early access as an excuse to say our game is better, is shit because it's early access. But those developers actually want our opinion. They want us to help them make the game better. So they're not gonna be yet another developer using early access as an excuse. Max Schaefer already said that. He's already said that multiple times, that for them early access is a serious phase which has its pros and cons. So yeah, there is the curse of early access getting bad reviews, but then there is the good side of early access. You get a much wider audience testing your game and giving you feedback and helping you improve it. Because there's just only so much you can achieve on a alpha beta phase that doesn't have as wide of an audience as an early access Steam release or whatever you want to call it. As for Vermintide, I might revisit it sometime if I don't have to buy any additional content than what I bought on launch. If I have to buy some season passes or something, I'm definitely not gonna be revisiting Vermintide, because I just can't afford doing that right now. And Gerardus said something about Unearthed Arcana being a mod which adds gear, missions and monster which didn't appear in the vanilla version but that were hidden in the code of the game. That's nice. Uh, uh, I'm excited about the end game. I can tell you it's something I'm super excited about, and I've already told them a suggestion. My suggestion is to make it that certain legendary items drop on certain stages of the end game. So let's say, I'm not gonna review anything, I'm not gonna say exact numbers, but let's say you're doing stage X and then you're doing stage Y. So let's say stage X has a slightly higher chance to drop, for example, the Bomb Walker. That's an example I love using. So let's say Bomb Walker has a slightly higher chance to drop compared to other legendary items in stage X, and then you go to stage Y, which is maybe 5 stages after stage X, maybe 10 stages after stage X. Then you have, let's say on stage Y, everything else drops exactly with the same chance, but then you have slightly increased chance to get the Bone Razor, which is another item that goes well with the Bone Walker. And let's say they have, for example, a number, let's say 100. Let's say 100, because it's just a good round number. For example, let's say there's 100 stages. I gave them a feedback that I think it would be good to make it that, for example, you're doing stage 50. Stage 50 gives you slightly higher chance, if you get a legendary, that legendary to be item X, Y, or Z. For example, let's pick 2 items or 3 items and make it so that if someone gets a legendary, the chance of that legendary being a specific item that they're looking for would be obtainable in a specific stage. So every 10 stages or every 5 stages, they might add special boss fights or something like that. And that's not something that's in the game. That's something I suggested to them, to make it that it's not like the boss only drops this item. The boss can drop every single item that any other boss can drop. Just if an item drops as a legendary, there being a higher chance to be a specific legendary. And I think that this system, if they make it like that, would allow for people, like in Borderlands 3, to return to certain content rather than just farming one content. Because imagine there's 100 stages. I'm not saying exact numbers, but let's say there's 100 again. Imagine there's 100 stages. Most people would just reach level 100 and then keep spamming this same map, because they won't feel motivated to return to the other stages. But let's say you want to farm for a new build and you know that the item that this build needs drops with a slightly higher chance in a specific level. Then you're gonna go back to that specific level and then just keep farming that level, because you know it's gonna be better to farm that level compared to any other one if you want that item. And you can help your WoB friends who might be having trouble clearing that level and have some sort of motivation to do it. That's just my idea. I've already sent them feedback like a month ago or a few weeks ago about this, so hopefully they consider it. I can't wait to see if they considered something like this as a system. I don't think it's gonna require that much development to implement such a type of a system. But as I said, I'm not a developer, so I have no idea how much coding requires something like this. But I think many of you would agree with something like that that makes it slightly easier to farm for specific builds. And it again gives you some sort of motivation to not farm the hardest content, to not just farm the hardest stage, the final stage of the end game, and to just maybe go back to the lower ones and to redo them. Because look at what happened to Wosen. In Wosen, everyone was just doing 187 dungeons in the end. Why? Because they didn't feel it was worth doing the previous ones. And that kind of becomes boring when you have so many different stages in the end game. Of course, 187 actually wasn't the best place to farm in Wosen, because 187 items were more expensive to enchant and upgrade than 163 items, which had the exact same amount of stats. Oh, this is my favorite bug that just happened. And I got distracted by the bug. But this bug that you just saw happening, where the spider went to the sky, was my favorite bug. I don't know actually what killed me. In fact, I don't even know what killed me. And thank you, Nevostrius, a little bit late, but thank you for the follow. I'm trying to get back to all the comments that I've missed. I'm taking a little bit too long for each comment I'm replying to, but I'd rather say what I want to. So, but are you excited? Okay, Adventurer Pack is another mod compatible with Unearthed Arcana, which uses assets from Torchlight 1 and adds it to Torchlight 2 pool, and 2 more acts to the games, and yeah, that's pretty nice of a mod. Thank you for providing this information, because some of my viewers might not know this, and might actually want to play a little bit of Torchlight 2 with those mods. And you say you like Wildling Quas, Theolentist Quas, Dragoon Quas, and Dread Pirate, your favorite custom quasses. That's interesting quasses. Gerardrus, are you by any chance a mod maker? Because I remember some days ago someone came to my channel who said he makes mods for Torchlight 2, or he has made mods for Torchlight 2. I'm pretty sure mod makers would be super excited about Torchlight 3 having offline mode, and the developers already confirmed that if they like certain mods very much, they would consider adding those mods into the vanilla game, into the live version, the online version of the game. So if some of you make some amazing and good mods that are not super overpowered and seem to be liked by the developers, you would know that there's a chance of those mods actually making it to the live version. Who knows, maybe something would happen like I've seen happening in other games, where some mod makers end up joining the dev team eventually, because they're making so many good things. I think Grimdown had something similar happening. If I'm not mistaken, one of the mod makers in Grimdown ended up joining the dev team. Or maybe that was another game I'm talking about. I think it was Grimdown though, if I'm not mistaken, it was Grimdown. Unlucky map, by the way, unlucky map, no face beast. And now I caught up to all the comments, to all the messages in the chat. But yeah, I'm hoping that many of you would agree with my idea. If the end game launches without this, I would make it a note feedback where people could upvote it or downvote it if they think it's a shitty idea. I mean, everyone's free to think what they want when it comes to feedback. That's kind of the beauty of it. But it's definitely gonna be very fun if you have more reasons to return to lower level. It's not actually gonna be lower level, it's just gonna be a different stage. Maybe slightly easier, but it's still gonna be scaling to your level. It's still gonna be end game. For now I'm just gonna wait and see. By the way, on Wednesday they're gonna be inviting me and other people like I Do Damage and Torchlight, Fox and Pappy. I'm assuming the mods, all the different mods and content creators that have been part of the community, and they're inviting us to another session where they would ask us for feedback, and I'm assuming it's gonna be again for the end game modes. Most likely they're gonna show us some gameplay footage and ask us what we think. But I'm probably again not gonna be able to tell you much about it until they reveal it. But I can tell you how I feel about. I can always tell you I liked it or I didn't like it. That's gonna be the same as now. I can tell you whether I think it's good or not. Right now I'm super excited. From what I've seen before, I'm super excited. Even though I've not seen gameplay, I've only seen like concepts and mock-ups and a little bit of interface HUD kind of a mock-up of what it could look like. And from what I heard yesterday or 2 days ago, I think it was yesterday, they were testing it. Developers were actually testing it internally. But definitely wait until Tuesday, see Act 3, and if you want to see Act 3, twitch.tv/play Torchlight. There is plenty of footage of Act 3. The community manager and the project lead were actually answering some questions from the community. Being the community manager was playing while this was happening, so you can see her play Act 3 and you can see her showing the contract system which is coming on Tuesday. The new and improved contract system would probably be the best way to call it. I'm not gonna keep this. Right, I'm gonna go do one more queue on Realmaster, then I'm switching. Any preferences? Who do I switch to next? You have 3 options. Actually, you have 5 options. Dark Summoner Disc Mage, White Absolver Disc Mage, kind of a mixed bag of goodies Sharpshooter, which is neither one nor the other, because it's kind of in the middle of transitioning from one build to another. A Shotgun Blast Forged, which I uploaded the build for today, or a Rapid Fire Forged. That's the 5 options you can ask me to switch to after this boss fight I'm gonna do in a moment. Alright, let's do the next thing. No phase beast yet. Come on. Here, kitty, spawn. Wow, I've just noticed it's 1 AM in the morning here. 18 minutes past 1 in the morning, but it's Friday night. And my housemates are at the seaside, so so I don't have to mind my voice as much. Normally I stop streaming around 30 minutes past midnight, because They kind of go to sleep around that time or around 1 in the morning. But today I can stream for a little bit longer. So yeah, normally by this time I would have stopped streaming actually. Alright, now I wanted to do one more boss kill with this guy, so I have to return and try and kill it. And then I'm switching to something else. As for revealing the end game, they haven't set any specific date. They're saying that they're gonna reveal it when it's ready for a review, which is kind of fair enough. My guess is 1-2 months from now is when it's gonna be ready, launched and playable. Based on... Actually, give me some time and ask me again on Wednesday. Ask me again on Wednesday after they show me some footage. When they show me some footage, I think that's what they're gonna show us. When they show us some footage, I can kind of tell you how ready I think it is. Without revealing anything, I can kind of tell you just my rough estimation, my rough guess of how ready it might be. Again, I'm only gonna be guessing, because based on what they show us, there's only so much we can guess. But again, they might actually ask us to give them feedback about something completely different. Which I doubt, but who knows. But I'm so happy that the developers really care about the community so much that they're inviting content creators and other community members just to give them feedback on upcoming features. Before they even make it into the game in a playable state. This is so much nicer than rushing things and then asking for feedback after something has already been added into the game. It allows you to get that initial first feedback that might be very crucial, where you might have made something that could be annoying to many people, but you might not have thought so. Or you might have just thought of something weird, but then the feedback you get from your community might make that weird thing even weirder, but in the good sense of weird. Because there's the good weird and the bad kind of weird. When it comes to ARPGs and games, I think weird, new, innovative stuff is good. Something that is different than the others is good. There's, of course, as I said, bad ways of doing different and good ways of doing different. And that's why it's important to get feedback when you're doing something like that. Second map in a row, not a single phase beast, by the way. So let's hope that what they show us would be something that indicates that it's coming sooner than I expected. What I expected is that they're gonna show us Act 3 and the content with the contracts that's coming on Tuesday. I expected that at least a few weeks later than it's coming. Which means the endgame content, the endgame mode is probably also coming sooner than I expected. But I've always been kind of giving much longer estimated dates than things actually have. So right now I'm thinking this game would be ready and launched around winter, but for all I know it could launch around autumn, end of summer. For all I know. Who knows? The thing is, it's not gonna launch until it's ready for Xbox and PlayStation. So you gotta keep that in mind. Because I'm assuming they're aiming for launch dates that would be the same on all three major platforms. So I have no idea how far along the development for the other platforms they are, whether it's gonna be easier to port it or not. From the IGN footage, I saw them playing with the controller, which means porting it to to consoles shouldn't be that difficult. It's just a matter of maybe just different exports or whatever. I'm not a developer to know what goes on into converting something from one platform to the other, but since the game already has controller support, it shouldn't be that difficult to have the PC version being ready for console on the same date. Let's see. Gob Stomper boots. So these boots would have been amazing if they had damage to goblins. It would make much more sense. Terry the Tank says don't stop. I'm not sure what you're referring to as don't stop. You mean my stream? No, I'm not gonna stop my stream soon. I don't feel sleepy. I woke up at 3 in the afternoon. I woke up at 15. And it's just 1:25. I'm probably gonna have to speak a little bit quieter now. But yeah. Let's see. It's Friday night anyway, so I'm gonna go on. Any suggestions? Who do I play? Let's say I play this one now and then later go on the Forged. Let's say I do 3 maps or 3 boss kills. 3 boss kills on this one and then we go on the Forged. On one of the Forged. Oh, I almost forgot. I have stuff to unbind or to put into the storage. And by the way, I'm looking for some sort of app or tool for Windows that allows me to show you my walkout time somewhere in the corner. I kept looking for plugins or whatever and I couldn't find anything like that. Dragon Hellas, welcome back, Dude, nice to have you in my channel again. Let's find a place for this. I need a place for this. Alright, I'm good to go. Do you had any problems with secret weapon boss? It doesn't take any damage, I could not kill it. Do you need help? Do you need help with it? If you want, I can help you. It's probably a bug. It's probably a bug and you kind of need to restart it. My guess is it's a bug and you just need to restart it and do it again. So go back to character selection and go in again. But if you need help with something, I'm always happy to help you with a boss kill or whatever if you're having trouble progressing your story. It's early access, so bugs are to be expected. Sometimes it's gonna be annoying bugs that prevent you from progressing. Sometimes it's gonna be bugs that are not that bad, you can fix them by relogging. People had bugs where they can't progress a certain quest. A lot of things are changing on Tuesday. A lot of bugs that have been top voted bugs have been fixed. That's the beauty of Note. Note allows us to vote up or down a certain thing that we think should take priority over another thing. Note is a great system to help the developers figure out what the community thinks is more important. Does the community think fishing is more important than bug fixes? Does the community think fishing is more important than them adding endgame content and things like that? So they can easily tell by the number of upvotes on a certain issue, on a certain topic, and figure out whether that's a priority for people. or not. I personally think I'd rather have them do fishing as a post-launch thing, something that comes in a very good, nice and intricate and detailed system. But to have them focus on launch and the important things for launch, and maybe add fishing with a major DLC or an expansion eventually post-launch. This is my opinion on fishing, for example, for this game. I loved it in Torchlight 2, but I'd much rather have them add at least 2 types of end game before the game launches. And yeah, we'll see. I saw a lot of people upvoting the fishing. I didn't downvote it, but I didn't upvote it either. I left it as it is.
It's trapped.
Let's see. Come on. They're also changing the wife-bound system, which I'm not a big fan of that change. I'm assuming the majority of the community wouldn't like the new wife-bound system. And I wouldn't be surprised if they end up returning the old wife-bound system. If the majority of the people disagree with the new one, where you're not gonna be getting wife-bound items, you're gonna be making non-wife-bound items be wife-bound items. And that's the only way that's gonna be the only way to get the 20% stronger items, to make them wife-bound. And to have the patch is on Tuesday, the 30th of June. Second bugged boss. The first boss was stuck at 2% and health and didn't die. What happened to the second bugged boss? Did it become invulnerable or something? If you're having problems, if you have me on your Steam, invite me and I can help you. I can go on my strong mage, not my weak mage, because I have 2 of them. I can go on my stronger mage, the one that's better geared, and maybe help you with that one. Which boss did you say? Was that Fragmaster boss? Oh, no, secret weapon. It's actually another automaton of a boss, but similar to Fragmaster. The secret weapon. Well, I think what you need to do is to not go too far away from the boss spawn. I've noticed that if I go too close to the place where I teleport, it returns back to full HP when I did it. That annoying bug where bosses keep returning back to full HP. But I was still able to kill it. I just had it reset back to full HP, but it didn't turn invulnerable to me. So yours is an entirely different type of a bug, I guess. But again, if you're having problems, I can come on one of my heroes and help you. If it's not on ridiculous, I'm probably gonna use my forged, because my other heroes have been ridiculous only once. You play it hard. Do you have me on your friends list? Like, let's see. I don't think you've got me on my on your friends list. I'm gonna give you my Steam and feel free to add me. My Steam code. Wow, some of my Steam friends have some weird golden frames. What the hell is this thing? Golden frames. Animated backgrounds on Steam? Since when does this thing exist? Animated avatars, animated. Okay, Steam is upping its game. Sorry about this off topic. Kind of the first time I'm seeing this. Okay, this is my Steam friend code. So this is my Steam friend code. If you add me, let me know and I'm gonna accept it. And I'm gonna quickly go on my forge, then I can help you with that boss kill. It's not gonna be a meta hero I'm using, but it's the only hero that I've played on anything other than ridiculous. And heart is fine. For this hero, heart is fine. So accept it. Actually, I'm gonna have to go and change to heart myself. I have to change the difficulty before going in. So okay, I'm accepting and we can invite each other now. So I'm gonna help you with this boss. Hopefully we can kill it easy. Do you see me in game? Let me know when you're in there and I'm gonna help you with that boss kill. It's gonna be a little bit of breath of fresh air, doing something that's not the same content. While I'm waiting, I'm gonna pour myself some water and drink it. Okay, let's see. Any wife bound here? I don't see wife bound. Oh, this is wife bound. But I don't need this anyway. So, do you see my invitation? If you'd want to, you can send me invite yourself. I forgot where this was. Excavated workshop is, I think, where it was. We're playing Dusk Mage. Nice. If you're playing Dusk Mage, eventually you're gonna be very strong. Especially if you're doing that build I was doing with the white skills. The one thing you really need right now is to get yourself Celestial Gauntlets. So save up some bucks and keep gambling for gauntlets. Whenever you're in the town, let's say you save up 2, 3, 4, 5,000 gold, then you spend it on gauntlets until you get the Celestial Gauntlets. And teleport to Fire Belly Village maybe? If that was the place where this boss was. I think it was in Fire Belly Village in the Excavated Workshop. If we're talking about that big robot, the automaton. If it's in a different place, let me know. You can use the chat in-game instead of the Steam chat. Although, keep in mind there's a delay. Are we in a I'm gonna teleport to you. Give me a moment. There we go. I'm here next to you. Oh, we're in the same map. Never mind. Let's see which way we need to go. Maybe we need to go up there. Do you want to just rush it? Do you want to just rush and run towards the dungeon? Alright, that's it. Let's go in. You might not have a weapon equipped. Or maybe your weapon is broken, I don't know. Um, it looks like you didn't have a weapon equipped. If you die, if you die and you lose your weapon, you're not gonna do damage. I kind of guessed that that's what was happening when you say I don't do damage, because I had the exact same thing happen to me, not realizing I didn't have a weapon equipped. Okay, we can move on. I'm gonna clear out quickly. Yeah, your wife-bound weapon is gone, but don't worry, you're gonna find a new one. At your level, weapons come and go easy. At your level, weapons come and go easy, and before you know it, you would have out-leveled this weapon, and even a white weapon might have been better than it. So I'm gonna try and stay next to the boss so it doesn't get broken or anything. Hopefully you get your quest completed now. Careful with the electric missiles that are falling. They can kill even the most defensive classes. I'm gonna try and raise you, just let's beat him quickly. Oh, you rest, never mind. I was gonna try and raise you. Alright, well, hopefully this is fine for you and it counted your quest. I'm gonna go back to character select. Good luck with the rest of your mission, dude. Good luck with the rest of your mission. Enjoy the story if you haven't completed it until now. I'm gonna go back to Ridiculous and maybe play a little bit on that hero I was just playing now. Do some face beasts. No worries, always happy to help my viewers. Always happy to help with whatever. That's why I made some heroes that don't only play on Ridiculous. Like this one, this is my second forged I made, and it was just for build making purposes, honestly, and to have a hero to play with others. Eventually I'm gonna have one of each that I play with others, and one of each that I play with others on Ridiculous only. This one I can play even on casual or whatever the easy one was called, practice. So it's 1:43 in the morning. I'm wondering whether I should go up to 2 or 2:30 my stream. I definitely don't feel sleepy, but I might get hungry soon. Although I did eat 2 burgers, or let's say burger sandwiches, because I didn't use burger buns before 2 hours before starting my stream. So I should be okay for a while. No, fuck, it disappeared. Why? Why does it disappear so quickly? This sucked. This really sucked. I was constantly attacking it. I didn't stop for a second to attack it. This should only disappear if you're not attacking it. If you've hit it in the last second or second and a half, it should not be able to open up that portal. You should be able to interrupt the portal opening of this beast. I have to kind of make that suggestion. But again, who's gonna care about phase beasts when they add the endgame content? It's just unnecessary man hours spent developing something that's not gonna be that important once endgame is here. So those phase beasts might be important now, but later no one would even remember the days when we had to constantly farm them. But it feels wrong when you're actually attacking the monster and it in the middle of you attacking it disappears, without you being able to do anything about it other than just see it in front of your eyes disappearing. An interrupt mechanic would be pretty nice for those phase beasts when they try to open the portal. Come on, loading screen. We're playing the loading screen character selection game with those phase beast hunting things. Come on. Well, no phase beast hit gain. See, phase beasts, I don't know, they kind of seem to not like me too much. They don't seem to like spawning much, especially when I'm on my forged. So the past few minutes were spent doing nothing. No progress at all. One phase beast disappeared before I could even kill it. The other one doesn't want to spawn. Come on, last resort would be for a phase beast to appear here in this corner. The final hopes of this map. No, no. Then those phase beasts. Can't wait for the end game to actually make it into this game, so I don't have to do this this ridiculous amount of phase beast hunting. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Work, work. Watch me find the phase beast in the first few meters of the map this time. You know what, I'm actually gonna go kill Fragmaster. I'm on the Forged, I need that cannon for my Legendarium, might as well be killing Fragmaster too. If I want levels, I'm gonna get them on Tuesday. Okay.
Your pack is full.
Pet, go sell. Let's go kill the boss. Man, I'm still waiting for someone to confirm that they've already gotten the Mega Blaster. I'm starting to believe the Mega Blaster has not been added for the early access. Only as a list in the Legendarium. Either this or the drop chances of getting this are so amazingly bad that I'm never gonna get it. Have I played any Chaos Bane lately? Not yet. Not yet. I haven't had much time. I've been spending my time making content for this game. I could maybe play a little bit of Chaos Bane tomorrow, because I'm not planning on making a specific build video tomorrow. Maybe I can take a break one day without doing content, without editing videos, and just do one Chaos Bane stream and one Torchlight 3 stream in the same day. Maybe like 2, 3, 4 hours Chaos Bane and some more Torchlight. Would be nice to have some sort of Chaos Bane play session. So let's say tomorrow, when I wake up and have my breakfast, I'm gonna do some Chaos Bane. And what's the day now? It's Saturday. And then on Sunday I can maybe do another build video after a day's break. And we can play together on Chaos Bane. But I'm not sure what your time zone is, whether you would be able to catch me streaming Chaos Bane. It's the weekend though, I'm not sure if you're at work or not, so whether you're from EU or from North or South America. Or from Asia or whatever other continent you might be from. But I'm assuming you're probably from EU, judging by the time you normally show up on my stream. PS4 is coming when the game launches. When that is, we don't know. The game already has controller support on PC. So it's coming on PS4 and Xbox eventually. So when the game launches, it will be launching probably on all 3 platforms at the same time. But it has been confirmed and known for a long time that PS4 and Xbox would be getting it. Who knows, maybe even PS5 and the new Xbox would get it as well. I'm assuming PS4 games would be backwards compatible. I mean, not backwards, but upwards compatible with the with the with the new PS5 as well. Not a bad weapon, not a bad weapon. Alright, let's do another kill and then switch my hero to something else. One more kill on this one. You're in the UK, but you're on Xbox. Oh, if you're on Xbox, we can't play Chaos Bane together, but you can at least watch me get some advice regarding how to play certain builds when I'm playing them on Chaos Bane. So yeah, tomorrow I wouldn't mind streaming a little bit of Chaos Bane. Yeah, with PC it is kind of a thing. You really do need to be upgrading every now and then with PC. It is a thing there. I still need some upgrades for my PC. Like my video card is kind of getting very old now, getting very old and outdated, so it needs an upgrade. For now, it's still doing okay for games like this that are not too demanding, but it's telling its age. And that's the thing about PC. When it comes to console, most developers make the games to be able to run the console. The consoles don't require upgrades apart from when there's a new console generation. But that's pretty much you get the console, and then for a few years, you know, you're definitely not gonna need to do anything other than just buy games. Good thing about the consoles, indeed, this whole guarantee that you're gonna be able to run the games. Although if you get a high-end PC, for example, if you get a PC that's the best you can get for the generation, that's at least a few years of not needing an upgrade as well. But that's only if you get top-notch stuff, and then 4, 5, 6 years later you're probably not gonna need an upgrade. That seriously. Unless there's huge jumps in the gaming industry. Like right now with PS5 and the things you can do on a PS5 with the PS5 SSD, people are saying that PS5 would be better than PCs due to the way their SSD technology is working with their software. So they're saying it's not really the hardware, but it's rather the software of the PS5 that is using the hardware to its best. Although they're also saying that the hardware of the PS5 has very specific SSD structure, specific not structure, what was the name? Fuck, I forgot the name. Well, there's something about the architecture of that PS5 SSD being something that really helps the performance and stuff like that. I'm not a specialist in the area, so I have no idea what people are talking about. But if some specialists are saying, if some people who know what they're talking about are saying that PS5 would be better even than certain PCs, then maybe it's true. I guess once it's out and people can play it and compare it, they will know. But we're not gonna be PC Master Race anymore, apparently. It's gonna be PS5 Master Race. If everything they're saying is true. Are any of you folks considering getting a PS5? My brother has been telling me he is considering getting it eventually, but not here. Maybe if he moves to another country to get it there. He's been considering that too. I really didn't like the non-digital version. I was amazed by how good the PS5 design is of the digital version, the one that doesn't have a Blu-ray socket or whatever it is. But when I saw the design of the one with the Blu-ray, I was like, ugh, really such a good design on the digital version, and then they kind of ended up, I don't know, it seems like it's ruined with that part where you see that line where the discs are supposed to go, and it makes it a little bit fatter, wider, let's say wider, not fatter, let's say wider, at the bottom where that Blu-ray is. I'm a big fan of the PS5 design, but the digital one, not the one with the Blu-ray ROM, with the Blu-ray compartment or whatever it's called. That's not too bad. Crit damage chance to shock. But this one's better. Here in the UK, you think Xbox is more popular. Yeah, my uni mates in the UK, most of them had both Xbox and PS4, but they were mostly playing the Xbox indeed, and they were actually, a lot of them were playing a lot of FIFA. I used to go to their houses after lectures to just chill and have a spliff and things like that. uh, and to have some barbecues and so on. And they used to play a lot of FIFA. I'm not a FIFA person, so I didn't play much with them. But I remember them kind of, one of them owns a FIFA, then he gives it to another person to play it for a few days. And they used to mostly exchange the Xbox games, not the PS4 ones. I guess they used to have the PS4 one as well, but most of them used to be Xbox gamers. So I guess it's kind of true that in the UK the majority of the people do Xbox. At least the ones I knew in uni used to do that. Alright, let's go on this one now. So this match is the one right now that feels so easy to play, so fun and nice to play this one. Come on here, kitty, 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 spawn. I've got some cat food for you. Show yourself, beast. It's not showing itself. Oh, there we go, it's here. Boom. We got it to spawn. Ah, fuck. I didn't... Actually, I pressed spacebar. I'm pretty sure I fucking pressed spacebar, but my hero didn't move. So that was kind of BS. That was kind of BS. How I pressed spacebar but it didn't move. And I'm pretty sure some time ago they said that when you press your movement or escape mechanic skill, it cancels any type of animation you're doing. Did they revert this change, or is it just me? Because it seems like when I'm trying to teleport away from danger, there's some delay, and my mechanic escape mechanic skill doesn't seem to actually escape until later. Maybe it's server wagging. Oh fuck! Did I just lose a weapon? Ah, god damn it. Anyways. I think I'm gonna go to my fort to get a new weapon. I've got a bunch of them, so at least that's not that bad. This is why I don't like how they boosted Ridiculous to do that much more damage. That would not have been a one shot before the patch from the 18th of June. where they made monsters do more damage but die quicker. I mean, people do... If someone does shitloads of damage, they won't care whether the enemy dies quick or not. Because for them it's always gonna be the enemy dying quick. Someone told me that there's been mages that do 800,000 damage. Of course they forgot to tell me what level they were and what level their weapon was. Cause yeah, you can probably do 800,000 damage at level 50 something 60 with a two-handed weapon. I can see that happening. Can you show me how you break items for essence? How you break items for essence is basically, let's take one item. Let's take this item for example. You go here into the enchanter's outer. You take that item and you right click and hold. Boom, it breaks down. Then you go to this one where your consumables are, you select the recipe, boom, right click without holding for the consumables, and it's broken down. So it's basically just right clicking on an item and holding on an item. Things like legendaries require you to hold for longer. Blue ones a little bit less longer than legendaries, but still longer than green, and green one requires the least amount of holding. I just broke some shield, which I think I was saving, but it doesn't matter. It's a green shield. We're gonna get a better one. No worries. Let's try again. Hopefully don't get killed this time with a one-shot. I'm never gonna be a fan of one-shots. I don't like bosses being able to one-shot me. I like being able to take 2, 3, maybe 4 hits before I die, rather than having to play a bullet hell where it's all about dodge it or die, dodge it or die. Just not fun. It's not fun for me to play. There's so many other games that do one-shot mechanics in the genre. I just don't think every game needs to be like that. But my defense is bad. I've only got 62 versus high wit, and that was a goblin. So it probably was like 30 or 20 something. Let's see, I'm gonna go here and see how much my defense versus goblins is. Versus fire. Oh, for me in the story the boss was easier, and see, I've even got a shield and whatnot. So my defense versus... I can't see it. See, it's not showing me the defense I've got. So I probably had 13.5 defense because I don't see a single piece of fire defense. But I'm wearing level 23, 22, 23, 26 items. I just can't find new, stronger versions of those 4 items. In fact, I don't care about the boots being a set item, although I would much rather prefer them to be set item for the mana regeneration. Let's say I don't care about the shoulders and I only need this thing, and this thing. I want to find higher level versions of them, but I can't find them, and for now I'm kind of forced to use level 20 something set items. But the problem is with the delay. I would not have died if I actually teleported on time. See, I do 41,000 damage when I buff up. So it's not like I can't kill it reasonably quick, even when I'm dodging and playing safe, instead of bursting only on the damage. Let's do it again. I still can't believe there's people who are 50 plus levels. Those people must be probably spending 16 hours a day playing the game. Maybe 20 hours a day playing the game. Maybe 18 hours a day. Let's say 18 hours a day is reasonable. Just playing the game and only doing phase beast hunting. Those people must have fucking bows of steel. They are Duke Nukem level bows of steel. To be able to get this high level this quick in the game without using exploits. I know there are some exploits, I don't know how to do them, but I've heard people talking about exploits where you can get your pets to kill an enemy even after you die and still get the kill and still get the wood, something like that. People who say this game is mobile are the worst kind of trolls. Ones that probably haven't even played the game. That's like, if you can't be a more obvious troll than calling a game like this mobile. Some people might do it as a joke, which is okay, but if you really believe it, then I'm gonna feel bad for the person who really believes that this game looks like a mobile game. They either live in the future where mobile games look like this and have traveled back in time, or they're just trolling. You're mostly gonna see Path of Exile or Diablo fanboys calling games like this mobile. When they were calling Wosen, even then I couldn't say it's a mobile, it looks like a mobile game. Yeah, it does have a lot of things that mobile games do in Wosen, much more than this game does, but still, it's still a bit too harsh to call it like that. But from all the games I've played recently, Wosen is the one that looks like, that has the most similarities to a mobile game with the way its story zones are done, where you can't come back to them. You can't redo a certain zone from the story. And it's kind of like really linear. You do one area and that's it, it's gone. It's a waste of environment, it's a waste of level design to not be able to replay that level later. Waste of assets, maybe, to just sum it up. If you create levels that you can only visit once throughout the story and then never be able to return. But even then, it's a little bit too harsh even for Wosen to say that it's a game that's a mobile port. Because it had a lot of things done okay, but it failed within the patching. See, he was level 52 earlier and 51 yesterday, he's already 53. Lindbeck is definitely one of those people who probably spends shitloads of time playing the game and doing beasts. And I think he's playing two heroes, because I think I saw him earlier on a sharpshooter and now he's on a disc mage, and he had both of them at this level. Or was he a different person? Maybe it could be a different person. But he was in my stream and he raided me yesterday even. Which thank you for. But I personally can't play the same hero and the same content for this long. Even when I'm doing the same content, at least I'm changing heroes, because it just gets so grindy. It makes you wanna slit your wrists by playing this type of grindy content. It makes you wanna go cry in a corner and say fuck my life. That's how bad this game feels right now when it comes to having no end game content and how slow it is to level up to 60. I won't mind if I had to grind monsters in the zone like this for ages. But having to hunt for phase beasts for this amount of time, this is much worse than it used to be. See, back in the alpha there was a time where 20 maps was what it took you to get a level at one point. You needed to do like 20 maps, fully clearing the 20 maps, meaning like at least 10-15 minutes. If you're quick, maybe 5 minutes to clear the map. But at best that was 20 maps of 5 minutes to get that level up. In the last few levels of a certain frontier, because you used to level up frontiers separately back then. You had different level for Hy-Vee, different level for Goblin, and even then it didn't feel as bad and as terrible as the current system, where we don't have Act 3, when we don't have Endgame, when we don't have that map work system, when we have to do fucking stupid phase beasts. So I'm hoping that on Tuesday they would consider adding something different than phase beasts for post level 50, 51, 52 grinding. But yeah, I saw the Woes and UI update called Second Dawn, and I saw that there's gonna be another major patch later on. Later this year, probably closer to the end of the year. Yeah, they're adding contracts, missions, but contracts is not a source. As far as I remember, contracts wasn't source of XP. It was a source of fame by killing elites. You kill elites, you get fame, and then this fame gives you contract levels. Basically, I'm gonna try and show you. So I'm pretty sure I had some screenshots somewhere here. Launch. This is what it used to look like. So this was the contract system. That's the old one. That's not the new one. That's the old one. So you have different contract levels. It used to stop at level 30. First it used to be level 60, then they changed it to level 30. Now they're making it to level 40. And you kill monsters. Oh, it's actually 360. And this is changed to 333 fame. So you kill monsters, you get fame, and it has to be elite monsters, champions. You don't have those weekly reset quests like before. You don't have to do those quests like you used to do before. The first version of the contract system was boring because it made you do quests that reset every week. This one does not have this thing. So it gives you different types of rewards, but that's very first, very early contract system I'm showing you here. This is one of the first versions of the system. The way it works now is you're gonna kill enemies that are champions of any type. Purple, green, orange champions or bosses. You get fame. You get fame levels by reaching certain amount of fame. It's gonna be 333 fame from what we saw from today's stream. And then once you level up, you get certain types of rewards. And those rewards could be anything from Ember to, like, it could be things like, let me show you. It could be anything like this, consumables of all types. A lot of consumables is what you could be getting. Not potions, obviously, but receptacles you can get, scrolls of unbinding you can get different items. This would be probably dice. If they kept it, there used to be die packs, and you use the dice to dye your armor. So that's probably something we could get. We could also get enchanting materials, if I remember correctly. So that's gonna be nice. You could get all sorts of currencies, like Ember Ore, those comets. Then you could get things like iron metal bars. This one, the sacred hardwood, stone blocks, planks. So there's gonna be different types of contracts that give you different types of things. But as far as I remember, there's not gonna be XP unless they change something that I don't remember to give us XP as well. If there is a way to get XP, then I'm just gonna be hunting Wobby elites or elites at level 40, 50, whatever elites I can get the highest level, and that's gonna be nice. So there's gonna be at least a nice source of materials for crafting and for enchanting and all of that, and for respecking and so on, that we can get from the contracts, which is good. It's not a bad thing to have those in the game. But again, we're probably still gonna get a level limit soft cap of 52. Where we're gonna have to do phase beasts to progress to 60. 50, 51, 52 is my guess for when we are gonna need to do phase beasts. I'm still gonna get all my heroes to that cap before moving on to phase beasting. Because 8 levels plus or minus, well, I'm patient. I'm gonna wait for the end game to come, and then I'm gonna do those. It's not like the end game would look any different at level 50 compared to level 60. It's just a different change of the numbers of damage I do and the numbers of damage the enemies do to me. But it's gonna be exactly the same feeling to do the end game at level 60 and at level 50. It's not gonna be any different. So even if I have my heroes at level 50 when they add the end game, I'm gonna be able to get to level 60 within a few hours once they add the end game. So there's that to consider. But being able to get level 50 something builds would be fun. It would definitely be fun having all those extra points compared to the points we've got now at 35. I wanna kill one more boss and then I'm gonna switch. And Novostir says, man, if next week's update is good, I'm getting it. Steam has this $5 voucher going on. That's pretty nice. Getting a discount on a game that's cheaper than the price would be when it launches is pretty good. And if there's a summer sale going on, there's gonna be some nice discounts, probably even for this game in its early access. Some people long ago were telling me they were lucky enough to get Wosen for like $12 when it was on a discount during its early access phase. I can't wait to see what Wosen has in store for us next month. Hopefully some good stuff. Supposedly the patch next month is gonna be the second dawn is gonna be bringing a lot of rebalancing, and then later on there's gonna be another patch that's gonna bring some new content and gameplay changes. So we'll see if they've listened. Apparently they've talked to some members from the community. Not sure who, probably those big streamers that they were sponsoring to test their game before launch, like Riker. It would be nice if they talk to him, because he knows his stuff. When it comes to RPGs, he knows what the community likes. I mean, he's got a big community in his channel. And he's pretty aware of what people like and what Wosen needs. So if they talked to people like him, then that's good news. They just said they talked to the community, so hopefully they're doing something similar to what the Torchlight 3 devs are doing by showing some work in progress to community members to ask them for feedback. And Wosen's team has also gotten 10 new members. which probably means good stuff when it comes to bug fixing, patching, and adding new content in time. But time will tell. I mean, yet another map without a phase beast. The game fucking hates me. Why does this game hate me so much with those phase beasts and with the item drops? It's beyond me. And yeah, here was. Thank you for being here. Good night to you, dude. And exactly, if they talk to those big guys, they definitely would get some good feedback. But Novostrius, is there a Steam summer sale right now? Is there like a summer Steam sale? See, why don't I see the level of this guy? I see the level of this guy, I see his badge, but this guy's level I don't see. Is this a hardcore character and that's why I'm not seeing his badges? So there is a summer sale. Well, maybe because this game launched too early, too close to the start of the summer sale, so there's not gonna be a discount until maybe later for another sale, maybe an autumn sale. Yeah, the change of Wivebound makes me sad as well, Erevo79. I'm pretty bummed about this, but hey, if we are all united and we tell them we don't like the new system, change it back but reduce the drop rates of Wivebound items, I'm pretty sure they will listen. So when you see people in the Note system saying that they don't like the new Wivebound system, just upvote it. Just upvote it and write your own comment under the feedback. When you see someone saying I don't like the new way Wivebound works, I'd much rather have the old system, but with reduced drop rates of Wivebound stuff. That's actually what I think. I think exactly this that I just said. That I'd much rather have the old system, but with reduced drop rates of Wivebound. Because people would barely use this system. When they change it, it's gonna be a waste of a good system. And it's only gonna benefit hardcore players who don't care whether they're gonna lose an item when they die, because they lose everything. But softcore players are probably not even gonna touch that system unless they have a nice spare item that's just as good as the one they've got. And what happens to those Phase Beast maps that only drop Wivebound items? Would those Phase Beast maps again still drop 100% Wivebound chance? Or would that change? That's also another thing I'm wondering how it's gonna be handled. But I'm having such bad luck when it comes to finding those phase beasts and finding legendaries. It's bad, it's terrible sometimes. Sometimes I'm gonna find legendary from the thing I would least expect, like a bountiful chest. But that's one out of 1,000 opens of chests, of course. And look at that, another map without a single phase beast spawning. And now I got one shot by an explosion. I really need to find higher level items, because right now with those level 20 items my defense is nowhere to be found. Even on level 20 something maps with 22, 23 items, it's just not good enough, I guess. Yeah, the old wife-bound mechanic was something that really set this game apart from the others. The new wife-bound mechanic would be something that just feels wrong. And Erevo79, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club, to my channel, and really appreciate that. Come on, game. Be good to me. Where's the damn face beast? Kitty kitty. Here kitty 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 spawn. Here kitty kitty kitty. Where are you? Purple Neku-chan, show yourself. It doesn't want to show itself. It's shy. It's probably taking a dump somewhere in a corner. Come on, don't be like this. Just yes. Yet another map without a face beast. Is it? What's happening? What's finally? Finally. Speaking of kitties, mine seems to be vocal about something. But I gave him food. Sky, what is it? I'm gonna give him a little bit of petting. He's actually sniffing on my microphone. Not sure if you could hear him, but anyways, yeah. He's probably begging for food, but he's a fat piggy, so I don't have to give him as much food as he wants for his own good. Can't wait to get that item that allows me to cast Absolver when I cast Holy Bolt. That's the one item I really want for this build. I keep getting pet items. There was a time in the game where we would be getting mostly pet items. The majority of the items you would get would be pet items, and then they reduced it, so you don't get as many. Maybe something happened and now we keep getting many pet items like before. At least it looks like it. What's my chance to walk without the shield? 15%. Alright, I'm gonna go on a different character now. I've had enough of this. Mage. What do you wanna see? Any preference? We played this before that. Maybe Puffing Billy. Let's play the Realm Master a bit. But if you literally bought the game for the wife-bound mechanic, feel free to go to the note. Voice your concerns. I can guarantee you they're not gonna ignore it and they're gonna listen. As you can see, they're monitoring the note. I'm not sure whether you know what that is. I'm gonna give you the link. Sent all sorts of feedback here. All sorts of feedback. Even some weird ideas you thought of while taking a shit this morning, and saying, hey, that would be super cool if it goes into Torchlight 3. Give them the idea. It might be a good idea, it might be something other people agree with. Who knows? Until you write it and see the reception from the community, you won't know whether it's something that others agree with or not. I mean, I had an idea long ago when it was not on Steam, when it was on the Perfect World launcher. I had an idea for a woodpecker, because this game is all about alpacas. So I had an idea where there would be alpacas who have been held captive by the goblins or Hivit or something, or maybe by the Netherrim. And let's say there was something that goes wrong with the Netherrim portal, the same way a phase beast appears through a portal. Let's say a portal like this one appears, but out of that portal an alpaca shows up. And let's say this alpaca is carrying a lot of enemy items, a lot of wood. So they were using those alpacas to transfer items for them. And somehow it ends up escaping and going into a Netherrim portal that takes her to the map that we are doing. So we don't have to kill the alpaca. We are not bad people. We're not gonna kill the alpaca. We have to go next to it and calm it down because it's panicking. It doesn't know what to do. It's finding itself in a weird place full of goblins or Hivit or Vultura or automatons, and it's just scared and it starts running around. So we have to kind of go next to it and calm it down, and then we can claim the wood that this alpaca is carrying. And this could be this game's version of a wood monster, like goblins and omens in goblins in Yabu, the wood omens in Wozen, and so on. So it could be the woodpecker. This was my idea, but I wrote it a long time ago, like half a year ago, maybe even more, maybe in October, November. Maybe September. I wrote it in the Perfect World forum, so maybe I should write that idea in Note. What do you guys think? Is it a fun idea? Does it make sense in the lore of the game, the way the game is? To me, it makes sense that the Netherrim might be using some sort of alpaca to help them carry some stuff. Oh, do they have portals? So do they even need alpacas if they have portals? And that they can use to teleport items from one place to another. But I guess there could be something that could explain why those alpacas have been used to carry items from one place to another by the enemies. And since this game is all about alpacas, that's why I decided it should be alpacas. I mean, it could be other type of thing. It could be a nether beast that is actually carrying something on its back, like it has like a horse with backs on its back, but instead of a horse, it being a beast. Like those face beasts. That's also a thing that they can do, and they already have the model of the face beast. They can just attach a backpack on it. That's not face, regular backpack.
Anytime. Is there something I can take off your hands? Well, it was good seeing ya.
Alright, let's try again now. But yeah, notice a gem of an app, a gem of a platform for developers such as Ectra, who like listening to their community. I think every ARPG or even non-ARPG developer needs to be using Note if they care about what their community thinks and if they want some feedback and to see what is more important to the people who play their game via this downvote upvote system. Of course, not everyone, in fact very few people of the people who play the game would even bother going into Note and reporting bugs and reporting other things and giving feedback and suggestions and all sorts of wacky ideas. But the one that do care about the game would use it, I guess. And I've heard people saying that the devs don't care about what we think, and this is the most inaccurate statement for this game. Because if they didn't care about what we think, they wouldn't be this active on Discord and talking with us that much. They wouldn't have Note, they wouldn't have Trello, they wouldn't ask us to participate in sessions where they're previewing upcoming content and asking for feedback on it. The relics are getting reworked as well. I mean, when the patch lands on Tuesday, I'm probably gonna spend a lot of time making a patch overview and so on of it, of all the changes. Wait, I needed to rewalk. It's 2:40 in the morning here, so maybe I'm gonna do a few more maps. I'm gonna go do one more on this guy, then maybe a couple more on the Forged, couple more on one of the mages. I don't feel like sharpshooter right now, but who knows, maybe I will do some sharpshooter stuff too. Nice. Right now, what's most important for me is not getting levels, but getting wood. That's what I care about right now. Getting legendary items for my legendarium. Even if it's a level 24 item like the zone I'm doing, I can still dismantle it and put it into my legendarium. In fact, today I found 2 new items for my Realm Master that I didn't have before, and one of them allows me to have Spike Drive and Pound with an extra charge. So it was a good find, even though it was like an item that I wouldn't want to wear because it's too low level. So getting those things for my legendarium feels great. Problem is I haven't gotten much today. It's been mostly pet items or things I really don't need. Come on, Beastie Boy, I know you're here. Please tell me it's not another empty map. Am I the only one that keeps getting empty maps without a single phase beast? That's so bad. I don't want to change my difficulty to anything other than ridiculous on this hero, on this hero, on this hero, and on this hero. So I've got 2 heroes that I can change to anything that's not ridiculous. I just want one more kill with this guy, and then I can change to something else. But people are saying that it's spawning phase beasts much more often on things like hard and painful compared to ridiculous, so there's this to consider too. But to your question, Centurion SF, is the game ready enough for you to recommend? I'm not gonna recommend it unless you enjoy playing unfinished games. If you don't enjoy playing unfinished products that don't have enough content, in fact this game right now doesn't have end game content. On Tuesday On Tuesday this game is getting a patch that would bring Act 3 and a system called contracts. So the contracts would be allowing you to get some rewards, like auto reward system. You're killing enemies, you're getting fame for killing enemies, and you get fame levels, and those fame levels give you rewards. As simple as that. There's gonna be 3 different contracts, I think, for 3 different types of rewards, majorly. There's gonna be all sorts of rewards, but each one of those 3 would be giving you higher chances of getting a specific type of reward. So if you think that you want to wait until the end game gets added, wait 1-2 more months when they announce and preview and let us know what the new end game system would be, and maybe get it then, if you don't want to rush into getting something unfinished. It's just an honest opinion. I mean, I personally like the game, I love it, even with its flaws right now when they removed the end game that we had in the alpha and beta. I would have preferred if they didn't remove the content, the end game content from the alpha and beta, and just kept it in the game until the new one was ready. I didn't see a logical reason why they would remove the old end game before the new one was ready. But maybe they didn't want people judging that endgame content and saying, oh, this is such a simple and boring endgame system, why do you even bother having it? I'd much rather have the boring and simple endgame system instead of not having it at all. So this is the only thing I've been wondering why it was done, what the reason behind doing it was. And that's the only reason why I would... The only reason that makes sense would be for them to be afraid of the people saying this is bad and boring. That's the only reasonable explanation why they might remove the old map works before the new one was ready. Because you're not gonna enjoy the game if you, like me, have already leveled up 6 heroes and you don't feel like leveling up a new hero and you just wanna do something after completing the story. And since there's only one thing you can do after completing the story apart from leveling a new hero and doing the story with that hero, and that's what I'm doing right now. Hunting for those purple phase beasts and going into their portals. But on Tuesday Act 3 is coming, contracts are coming. So at least you're gonna be able to farm some things, even if you don't care about leveling up. And you just wanna stockpile on materials of all sorts of things, all sorts of resources and consumables and so on. At least you're gonna be able to do that. Okay, I'm gonna wait now for my relic to recharge before I go into the portal. So this purple portal that spawned up there is where I need to go, but I'm just waiting for my relic to be ready before the boss fight, so I can kind of do a little bit more burst damage on it. Because this hero is kind of not well geared. I'm missing super important item to make it do good damage. So right now, until I get that one item, it's gonna be a little bit difficult to be as good as the other stronger characters. Alright, the relic is almost ready, let's go. And it's ready. So that's it. You enter into this portal and it spawns a map, a boss fight map, which is one level higher than yours. And right now that's the only way people can reach higher than level 36-7. And some people have been doing that, grinding non-stop those phase beast maps, which is an achievement by itself. You must really have Duke Nukem level Balls of Steel to be grinding the same content on the same hero over and over and over and over again for like 2 weeks already, just so you can get some XP. Serious Duke Nukem level Balls of Steel. It really does look very unique though. I do agree, it does look unique enough. The only thing you can consider it close to would be Torchlight 1 and 2, and maybe you can say Pagan Online looks close to Torchlight 1 and 2 and this game. Because this game has existed for a long time. It used to be Torchlight Frontiers, so that's even before Pagan Online existed. But the only game with that cartoonish plastic look, the Toy Story look, in the ARPG universe, the only popular at least is the Torchlight franchise. So it does look very unique. It has unique heroes like the Forged and the Railmaster. Pretty unique mechanics on those heroes. And the disc mage does also have some sort of an interesting mechanic. Even the sharpshooter has some sort of an interesting mechanic, although not that interesting and unique. But it's still nice, using a certain adventure skill, boosting your next casts of precision skills. Okay, system that can be considered unique for that class.
See you next time.
Fate is not in the same genre though. Fate is more of a single player story RPG. It's not a hack and slash isometric looter like Torchlight. It's more of a game like a cartoonish version of The Witcher, or maybe a cartoonish version not of The Witcher, but let's say of games like Two Worlds and Kingdoms of Amalur. I would put it in that type of an ARPG, not the hack and slash isometric, but the third person epic story driven ARPG like Two Worlds and Kingdoms of Amalur and all of that. But Fate was also, yeah, that type of cartoonish kind of game that had similarities visually to the Torchlight universe. But I put them into different categories. Yeah, they're both cartoonish, they're both ARPGs, but definitely different types of ARPGs. Even the camera was different. Which Fate were you talking about then? What other Fate was there? Because I don't know what other Fate it could be. Shit, I activated prematurely my relic, but at least I got the kill of the Kiri. But one thing's for sure, the developers of this game are not afraid to change things. If the community doesn't like it, they change it. So they listen to the feedback a lot. So what you're seeing now might some of the things you're seeing now might really do change again. In fact, the relics did get a rework in on Tuesday. We should be seeing some of that rework already in action when it comes to the relics, which is one of the sources of skills. You have 2 skill trees, then you have a relic that gives you some passive procs and some actives and things like that, and then you've got pet skills which really need expanding right now. There aren't that many. Pets are also getting a little bit of a rework with the patch on Tuesday, which is mostly bigger aggro range. So they don't just stand next to you like trophies. That's pretty solid. I mean, 95.7% bonus to pet critical damage. Pretty solid. Let's see if I can survive without losing that one. Alright, let's do a few more runs on something else. Let's go on. What did I play before this? I played the Puffing Billy. Let's play the White Struck Mage. And maybe next I can play a bit on the Sharpshooter if someone's interested. Because it's 3 in the morning almost here, so I'm gonna stop soon. Just gonna do a few more maps. Final few more maps. I'm gonna do some more tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a little bit of Chaos Bane, Warhammer Chaos Bane, and then I'm gonna do some Torchlight 3. And I'm not gonna be doing any video uploads tomorrow, unless something urgently comes up and I feel the need to make a YouTube video to cover what happened, but I guess it's already the weekend, so I'm not expecting any big announcements or anything like that for tomorrow. Fate by Wild Tangent. I don't even know what that is. I'm gonna check it up after. I'm gonna look it up after this map quickly. Fate by Wild Tangent. Wild Tangent. What could that be? I'm not even sure why games have the same name. Isn't it against the rules to use another game's name? Is it possible for Fate to not have copyrighted their name? The other one, the one that I was talking about, or for that of Wild Tangent if it's the earlier one of the two. Because the Fate I was talking about had Fate 1, then Fate 2 and Fate 3. And I think it was done by one of the Microsoft studios, if I'm not mistaken. Let me quickly look up Wild Tangent Fate. Oh, it's this one. That's an old game. Is it? 200... No, actually, that's exactly the one I was thinking. Or was it? Let me quickly check some screenshots, images. Yeah, that's exactly the one I was talking about, that has Fate 1, Fate 2 and Fate 3, if I'm not mistaken. With the fishing, yeah, that's it. Or was this one different than the one that had 1, 2, 3? But I really do remember this one with the fishing, and it often got people often confuse this with Torchlight, honestly. Let me quickly show you what I'm looking at so you know what I'm talking about. So this is the Fate game that that I do remember. That's the one I was talking about. What about Fate 2? Not Hand of Fate, I want Fate 2. What about Fate 3? But that's exactly the Fate I was talking about. And this one definitely was not. Actually, I mistook it. I mistook the visual look of this game for another Fate game, which may not have been called Fate, but something different. So this one definitely is in the ARPG genre and can be compared to Torchlight, this Fate. And the one I'm mistaking this visual art style for, I can't even remember the name of. What was it called? Was it called Fate? Or was it called different? Fate PC game RPG maybe? Fate 1, maybe Fate 2? Probably the name was not Fate. It might have been a different name. Then I mistook those two games, but well, I can't remember the name of the game, but it was something that was kind of Witcher-like, Two Worlds-like kind of a game. So I can't remember what the name was, but the name that came to my mind was Fate. It's probably something different. Alright, let's kill this boss now. But I can't remember what that other game was called. And I remember you started like a kid in a town. You started as some sort of a little kid in a town. And then you had to go through some training, and eventually your character ended up growing up or so. It was like a third-person camera, Witcher-style camera. But I really can't remember. Can't remember what the name of the game was, and I mistook the name of Fate, that game Fate. I mistook it for the one I was talking about. If you know the... Oh, Fable, I meant Fable, yeah. That's it, Fable. I'm doing 46. Oh, Rui Pereira, this is nothing too special, it's just a low level build at around level 34 with a one-handed pistol. This is my damage. And the main damage comes from this, the gauntlets, and a little bit of damage comes from this. So those are the two sources of damage. This one also helps a little with the flat electric damage. So if I were to remove this, we lose a little due to the flat electric and the crit damage. But when I buff myself, that's where all the damage comes. This gives you 200% damage when you have 3 pieces of the set. This gives you, on the buff that gives you 50% damage, the dark buff, it gives you another 25%. So instead of 50, you get 75% on that buff. Extra damage. So you're getting 275% extra damage when you get both buffs active. And this is why my Absolver did 46,000 damage even with the one-handed weapon, with kind of shitty lower level items, nothing too fancy. In fact, I'm using a forged weapon, as you can see, cooldown for coal launch. So nothing too special about it. I'm gonna do another run because you seem to have liked it. But yeah, I definitely meant Fable. I definitely meant Fable. Thank you for... the name kind of escaped my head. I brain farted. Brain freeze. And Mark Gerati, I hope I didn't mispronounce this, but Mark Gerati, thank you for subscribing to my channel and welcome to the Struck Club on YouTube if you're watching. So let's do another boss kill on my mage. Right now the best class damage wise I'm gonna go for sharpshooter or mage. Both classes can be super bursty and kill bosses, but Realm Master is not that bad either. Realm Master is amazing. For the Forged you really need specific items, and I just haven't found those items on the Forged to be able to confirm whether the Forged really can do it. Whether the Forge really can pull that big damage number out of the bag of goodies. I think it can. I think a Forge can be super strong, but super gear dependent. Whereas with the mage you just need those gauntlets, maybe those legs, and maybe another celestial item, and then even with shitty green items you're gonna be pulling big numbers. On the Realm Master you're gonna need some... We're gonna need some stuff like Lantern Flash tier 2. On the Realm Master, Lantern Flash tier 2 makes every blinded, sword or stunned enemy take 65% more damage. And if you combine that with the Blasting Charge vulnerability, you still get decent damage. And on the Forged, even when using Sonic Pulse to make the enemies take 40% more damage, you're not gonna be doing that much. So right now on the Forged you're gonna need some special items like the what's its name, Mega Blaster, or was it, yeah, I think it was called Mega Blaster Cannon or Mega Blast. I think it's Mega Blaster, I kind of forgot the name, but the Mega Blaster Cannon allows you to get up to 900 extra damage on shotgun blast, and this is every 6 to 9 seconds. I mean, every 3 seconds you build a charge, but you build the first charge and the first second. So let's say you build in the first second one charge when you shoot with rapid fire, then you need another 3 seconds to build the second charge and another 3 seconds to build the third charge. So in theory it's every 9 seconds, but in practice it's every 7 seconds that you get those 3 charges, and 3 charges of 300 damage means 900 damage. And then on the Forge, if you combine this with enemies taking 50% more damage when they're burning and taking 40% more damage with Sonic Pulse, you can have some nice damage on the Forged. But right now I'm gonna say go for either a Dusk Mage or a Sharpshooter if you want something that can clear shit easy without that much investment into items. In fact, the least amount of investment into items is probably needed for a Sharpshooter with the right build, with targeted strikes, revolt, Ghost Visage, Royal Shasta setup. You don't even need Sacrifice to Goose, but it would help. For the mage you need three pieces of the celestial set. One of those pieces needs to be gauntlets, even if you don't have the leg armor. In fact, I tested it earlier, and leg armor with percent of the damage of my weapon was better than using those celestial legs. I had a one-handed ice damage sword, or whatever else I was using, I can't remember what type of weapon, but one-handed weapon damage with ice damage. And I tested boosting my dark buff bar and seeing my DPS, and I tested unequipping my celestial legs and equipping blue legs with 10.9% ice damage, and it ended giving me better damage, honestly. So some people might consider blue items, because only blue items can give you, as far as I've seen, I've never seen a legendary item give me 10% or 7% or whatever percent ice, fire, poison, physical damage. So most likely there will be some sort of meta builds where people are using blue legs or blue chest pieces, because they can also give you this, or even both of them, to get 20% bonus damage. Right now I'm not using a celestial chest piece, and when you're level 60 you wouldn't really care that much about those extra skill points. But if you do care about those extra skill points, if you think it's gonna be more worth it than stacking some FWAT or some percent damage, or if legendary items can roll with the FWAT and percent damage, like this is FWAT damage, 48 electric. I cannot show you the percent right now, but it says plus X percent poison damage, or plus X percent ice damage, or so on. And this goes very well with two-handed weapons, where you get a very strong base. And if you have one item like chest piece that gives you a flat poison, and your weapon is two-handed and gives you flat poison, and then you get legs that give you percent poison, that's a super nice synergy. Oh shit, I got fucked. I got fucked under the map. I'm probably gonna die here because I'm under the map and I can't escape the fire. Annoying bugs. Annoying fucking teleport bugs. And it only keeps happening on my mage with my teleport. Probably goes with Ash sharpshooters would also have this bug happening. And it only happens on this boss fight. There's something that this boss does when he's charging his attack that messes with the terrain. It messes with the terrain in such a way that I teleport under the ground and I can't move away. And I end up taking damage. Once I managed to survive it, because I got lucky because the flames didn't spawn where I was. This time I didn't, and the flames spawned where I was. But yeah, it's fucking funny. It's fucking funny how this is even happening. I mean, I can't even think of a single reason why this is happening. It seems to be happening only when the enemy is attacking and I teleport at the same time. And only in this map. So there's probably a floor underneath the floor. And somehow my character teleports in that floor underneath the floor. Let's see. And now see me not see a single phase beast just because of my bad luck with those. Oh, there we go. Please don't leave. That was fucking lucky in the worst possible place where it could spawn. Or was it just not as unlucky as it could have been? Alright, let's see. And by the way, can you freeze bosses? I don't think you can freeze. Maybe chill them? But I don't think you can freeze. Probably just chill them. So the same boss, I'm gonna play it a little safer. I'm gonna try and not teleport on the same place where I get stuck. And play it a little bit more ranged. So I try to not burst him as quick as I can, just so I don't get glitched under the map. That's a pretty nice weapon for a dark build. Unfortunately its flat damage isn't as much, but that's 29 crit chance. 29 crit chance on an item. And then 19.7% damage with entropy, 17.5 with unholy bolt. Pretty solid item. Alright, next I'm gonna go on the sharpshooter quickly. But keep in mind, this sharpshooter is neither one build nor the other. I kind of had to learn all skills of the sharpshooter for a YouTube video showcase of the sharpshooter class skills, and right now it's all over the place. It's got points into one thing, into another thing. It's got points into things I'm not using or I don't need. So it's not as good as it can be. It's far from a meta setup. In fact, it never was a meta setup because this one used to be a summoner, and I'm probably gonna get him back to being a summoner, get her back to being a summoner, and maybe make a new sharpshooter, level it up for a more meta setup when I feel like leveling another hero. Because I've already leveled up 6 heroes and it just gets boring doing the same missions, same quests so much. I wish they had the cheat NPCs from beta and alpha. In beta and alpha there were those cheat NPCs that let you skip the story and level you up immediately to 42, 43. I think the launched version of the game really needs this for non-hardcore heroes. Cheat NPCs for people who don't want to be doing the story on their outs. I mean, you've done the story 6-7 times. Do you really need to be doing it another 4 times on your other heroes? ARPG games need endgame only heroes. Heroes that you can create, skip the story and just move on to the endgame without feeling bad. Because it's annoying to have to do the story on every single out you create. It's not like the story would take too much. I mean, it's probably 15 hours when all 3 acts are in the game, and that's at average time. Let's see. Game is definitely not complete yet. Cosmic Boots. I have to check what Cosmic Boots was on the Realm Master. Let's see. Cosmic Boots. Cosmic Boots. It's over here. Hit with basic attack, gain a seismic charge. If already at 10 charges, consume them to send a shockwave, dealing 400%. No, that shouldn't have a cooldown. If it doesn't say a cooldown, there's no cooldown. So basically, if you do 10 basic attack hits, you're gonna be getting 10 charges. And they're also adding cooldown, not cooldown, but they're adding damage reduction when you're hitting with basic attacks. So do you know how the Realm Master has damage reduction when using Hammer Spin? That type of damage reduction would be happening when you use basic attacks. And it's not just on Realm Master, on every single hero. After using a basic attack, you're gonna be getting damage reduction. So this has been confirmed on the official Twitch stream, and the official Twitch is twitch.tv/play Torchlight. I'm gonna write it. So this is the official Twitch. On there you can go to videos, and there's a video from today. A recording of the stream from today, the dev stream from some hours ago. And you might want to watch this because they were showing some Act 3 footage, and they were showing some other good stuff like the contract system. It's always nice to be watching those death streams. I'm gonna probably be doing my last map today, because it's 18 minutes past 3 in the morning. And I'm starting to feel a little bit hungry. Okay, let's go in. Kind of wanted to kill this legendary enemy. And my wood sense is now tingling as a last map. So hopefully we get something good from this boss fight to end on a high note. Look at this bug. I can't break the barrows. We're shooting into the sky. Best bug ever. Alright, enough messing with bugs. I love having fun with fun bugs. Yeah, there's always gonna be some fun bugs. But yeah, those bugs are so fun sometimes. When you shoot something into the sky. Well, we got a legendary, so we're ending on a high note. It's a wood beast glove, so nothing too fancy. But at least it's a legendary. So we're ending on a high note. So that's gonna be it for tonight. Thanks everyone for watching, for joining me on YouTube, Twitch and Mixer. Keep it cool, folks. There's gonna be some Chaos Bane streaming tomorrow, followed by some Torchlight 3 afterwards. Until next time, and goodbye.